It's only for his benefit. Kiha Kolomosi, Ninja Shinzi Kikai Mann, Nunjiai Lamawo Wanjikyo Wak Lamawo Tekwa, Anishi Kishalo Moquang, Elamiliang Yonkwai Kishquik Wak Kukana Aki, Wak Tinda Wak Mbi, Wakilongo Mati, Wak Nimbum Mausawakanum, Anishik, 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 Anishik. The first part was that was just to get people's attention. The second part was how are you all? Very glad that you're here. My name is Chief Vincent Mann. I'm the Turtle Clan Chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation. And then I spoke to the Creator, thanking the Creator for our Mother Earth, for the fire and the water, for this day, thanking the Creator for all of our relations, the two-legged, the four-legged, the ones that soar, the ones that swim, the ones that crawl. And then most importantly, I thank the Creator for our lives. Sometimes we kind of fade away and forget, our original instructions, to be kind and to love each other, to be humble. For us personally, our original instructions are honor. Another one is respect. Another one is love, and humility. And unfortunately, in the climate that we live in and find ourselves in today, that last one, which is actually the first one, which is humility, a lot of people don't quite understand what that means. It's not when you are being humiliated. It is living so that you are not any better than anyone, any living thing, or anything. It could be a tree, could be an ant. For the last several years, it was a lanternfly. And instead of deciding on, let's see why they're here, right, we were told to stomp on them, right, in New York City. But they all have a purpose. We don't stomp on the cicadas when they come around every so often, right? We actually look forward to it. So I really appreciate you all being here. This is a comfortable space for me. It's not very often that Indigenous people, get a platform in which to participate and have meaningful conversations where our local Indigenous knowledge can play a part in preserving, life. I will just make one last remark. Jack is a very, very, very close friend. We call him Waboose, the rabbit. And but Jack always talked about climate change. And I always told Jack that it's not climate change, right? In fact, it's called human change. And in order for us to talk about that, which affects us all, everything on this planet, on Mother Earth, Kukanaki, we have to actually change what we do as human beings. I once was a part of and I won't ramble on, Jack, I promise, but once I was a part of a Zoom thing, and it had to do with socio something or other, right? And there was some very intelligent people on there. And so one gentleman was a doctor from Australia, and the other one was a doctor from New Jersey. And he could be sitting in this room, I really don't know. He was 80-something-year-old elder. And the two of them had spent their life trying to figure out how to save humanity, right? And so, as I typically do, I just sit in the back of the room, even though it was virtual, and I just listen. And the doctor from New Jersey was talking about his work where he was comparing aggression in male lions to aggression in male the human. And he went on about that, and then this quiet person sitting in the back of the room got called out, right, by the moderator. Oh, so Chief Mann, what do you think about what you've heard? Oh, boy. And I was like, I don't think you really want to hear what I have to say. And she was like, no, we really do. So what I said was that, unfortunately, it was to the gentleman from New Jersey, that it's impossible for humans to compare aggression in a male lion to aggression in a male human. And I said the reason why is because humans have forgotten their original instructions. Well, I disagree with you, Chief Mann. I said, well, that's okay. You know, you're a doctor, you have a doctorate, you have all your long life that you've led up to this day. I said, but if you're trying to compare aggression in a male lion to aggression in a male human, that it's an impossibility. And the reason why is because animals have never lost their fire, right? That aggression that he was calling it in a male lion was not that. You know, our predators that we call them that live in the wilderness, no matter where it is, they have never lost their original instructions. They don't chase down the fastest gazelle, right? They take the slowest one or the older one, you know, and the ones that are sick. They keep that herd of gazelles healthy, right? Which then keeps their environment healthy, which then keeps our environment healthy. And humans have something that animals don't have in that regard, right? We have free will, right? We have a choice to be good human beings. We have a choice to be racist. We have a choice to not be a racist. We have a choice to look at the world and understand that every single action that one human being has somewhere has an adverse effect on another human being somewhere else. So with that, I'll leave those thoughts to you, and I'll pass it back to Jack. Thank you for allowing me to speak and be here today. Anishi, thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of my co-organizers, Jack Chen and Liz Savchenko, we would like to thank Chief Mann for this morning's blessings. We would also like to acknowledge the ongoing presence of Indigenous peoples on the ancient lands of the Munsee Lenape and Unami Lenape communities of the Delaware River ecoregion. Yesterday, we heard from Mr. Wayne Mann about the Mawa Ford assembly plant dumping on the lands of the Ramapo, the devastation of the Upper Ringwood, and the deadly harm inflicted on a community that has had to live in a twice-declared Superfund site. Today, we center Indigenous knowledge and wisdom and frontline resistance as we consider old and new realities of environmental threat and the possibilities of ecological repair and healing. Thank you all for being here. But before we begin, it is my honor to introduce Rutgers-Newark Chancellor Jeffrey Robinson. Chancellor Robinson is an internationally recognized author and co-founder of the Center for Urban Entrepreneurship and Economic Development at Rutgers Business School, which has created programs that have supported more than 500 entrepreneurs in the region and has served as a driver for economic development. In 2021, he was named the Prudential Chair in Business, and in 2022, he was appointed Rutgers-Newark Provost. Chancellor Robinson is the recipient of the Aspen Institute's Social Impact Faculty Pioneer Award for his research, service, and teaching activities at the intersection of entrepreneurship and society. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Chancellor Jeffrey Robinson to give welcoming remarks. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Chief Mann, thank you. Thank you for being here. You always show up. We appreciate you. Right. And to the organizers, Mayte, Green-Mercado, Liv Shevchenko, Jack Chen, where'd Jack go? Oh, he's over here, standing up. And Jack, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for putting this all together. To our guest speaker, Táíwò, appreciate you being here. I'm going to say right at the start, you're going to see me here at the beginning, I'm going to have to run right out. Not because I don't want to hear what you have to say. Good thing is we got it recorded, and I'll get a chance to see it later. Today's Board of Governors meeting. And for some of you, I think a few of you in this room, tenure and promotion cases are coming up. You want me in the room. So just to make sure everything goes as it's supposed to be. So I'll have to jar it out right out of here. But since I have a few minutes to talk here, I just want to share a little personal history. I'm carrying a picture of my parents. Now, I don't know if any of you have a picture of your parents that is from when they were very young. Not kids, but before you were. And you look at that picture and you're like, that's not the parents that you remember. You remember the parents that were middle-aged, maybe a little overweight. They were not so fashionable. But I had this picture, which is probably, as I've been told, from Jersey City. Now, both of my parents passed away, so this is why it's so special to me. And it is a picture of them in 1969, standing on the stoop with, in front of somebody's apartment building, with looking fashionable, looking young. And the year is significant to me, 1969. That's what it says written on the back. And these are old pictures. Not quite a Polaroid, but something like it, right? And it gave me a moment to reflect because I flashed forward to another time that thinking about my parents and their influence on me. That was in the 80s. Some of us remember the 1980s, right? 1980s, my teenage self. I think I was in high school, and a documentary came on PBS that my dad said, you got to watch this right here. Eyes on the Prize, right? It's the legendary documentary about civil rights movement. But of course, after showing me a few episodes, I asked the question that you're not supposed to ask your parents, maybe. I don't know. So what were you doing? What were you doing at that time when all of this was going on in Montgomery? What was happening during that time of your life? Where were you during the marches that I saw profiled there? What was going on then that you participated in, and what did you do? So here we are, in a moment, in a world foretold by the prophets of our human existence like Octavia Butler or George Orwell, where politics are toxic, words are banned, books are banned. And yes, even our research that we do is being attacked. And without the academic freedom, there's nobody there to study the disparities or to look at the patterns of discrimination or inequalities. And in fact, words, the first 6 that I saw that I said, we're going to be in trouble at Rutgers-Newark. First 6 words from the list that came out from the senator from Texas: race, gender, equity, diversity, social justice, and environmental justice. Isn't that what we're talking about here today? These are troubled times. I think we all know that. And if we lose our ability to be critical of society and make progress as a nation, we've lost it all. So this is an important forum, not only because of the topic, but because of the times that we're in. Some people might be asking themselves, well, how did we get here? Elections matter. But the better question is, what are you going to do since we're here? So that's why there's so much at stake as we navigate this new environment that's been thrust upon us in the federal government. And maybe some of you have some of the answers in this room. Maybe this room is part of the answer. Because in my mind, the answer is we got to keep doing what we do. We got to keep doing the work because trouble won't last always. You got to keep your eye on the prize. When the way gets as dark as night, I know the Lord will be my light. Keep your eyes on the prize. Hold on. So let's just make sure the record is straight that what we've tried to do here at Rutgers-Newark over the many years, and been successful at it, is address discrimination and the patterns of discrimination of the past, that we provide access and opportunity to people from communities that haven't been in the top 10% of income. We are doing the work because embedded in our very ethos at Rutgers-Newark and the history of this place is an ethos that takes no prisoners, that critiques, that makes a difference. In fact, February 24th, 1969, same year as this picture is here in my hand, Conklin Hall was taken over by a group of students, black organization of students, that recognized what we know now, that talent and ability, when cultivated, can lead to amazing outcomes. Many of the programs that we champion here at Rutgers-Newark, many of the things that we study here at Rutgers-Newark emanate from the activism of that 1969 takeover of Conklin Hall. But there's some people out there that won't believe that we should have the right to study these things, or that we should be providing access to others, but I'm going to tell them right now that they're in the wrong country, because we're not going back. Because the true story of this country is one in which all of us have contributed, indigenous, enslaved, immigrant, and others that have come here. This is a moment that we must find all the ways to resist what is happening and find remedies that work for us and do the work that makes progress in our communities. And without those remedies, programs, initiatives like our EOF program, like our Honors and Living Learning Community, like the Ronald McNair program, like the Lewis Stokes program, like GRISE, like MSP, the diverse voices wouldn't exist in humanities, in social science, in business, in the STEM fields, in fintech, in medicine, or environmental and climate sciences. And then these fields won't look like America. And we've taken it on here at Rutgers-Newark. Some important work to make sure that America gets the benefits of the diversity that we have here. So we gotta keep doing the work. Because one day, one of our young people, one of the folks in your class, one of the young people in your circle might ask you that question I asked my parents. Where were you when all these things were going on? So to our esteemed guest speaker today, thank you for doing your work. And thank you all. I know what some of you do. Thank you all for doing your work. It has gotten harder to do because the very words that we use are being challenged. But we will find a way, and we will figure it out. And I look forward to hearing some good things coming from what you have going on here today. So thank you very much. And I will turn the podium back to Jack Chen. Thank you all.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's good to see everybody. People are coming in. That's great. It's great to see real people here. So thank you for showing up. I didn't expect to say this, but since the Chancellor's brought up his parents, today's my mother's birthday, who would be, by my quick calculation, 117 today, you know? And those of you who have families, and I know Chief Mann deeply appreciates this, the ancestors are here with us, right? So in some ways, when we're speaking, we're really speaking with them in mind and the justice that's necessary to keep them in mind, but we're also, of course, speaking to our students and to my daughter and to the generations after that. One of the long-lasting kinds of images that we have in our heads as people who've grown up in this country is the Wizard of Oz, right? The Wizard of Oz, and how we know that he's a huckster, you know, selling medicines in Kansas, right? But suddenly he appears to be this all greater kind of, you know, tyrannical media figure with his machine, right? That he's able to manipulate lightning, sound. And in some ways, we're living in that kind of time period, but I don't want to underestimate what's going on. There is that kind of illusion. There is that hucksterism that's going on. But there's also the other image that I'm thinking of, and this is a painting by Charles Wilson Peale, who was really responsible for kind of formulating one of the very first museums in the country in Philadelphia, where he's lifting up this heavy curtain. And behind that heavy curtain is a whole number of specimens of natural sciences. And the natural sciences, of course, in this framework was thought of as something that you could just readily kind of exploit, and that once you owned a piece of land, somehow you owned everything on that piece of land, including all the trees and all the creatures and everything else. And in some ways, we know that that vision of what's behind the curtain is something that we also have to be grappling with, not just the media illusions, but also the systemics that are represented in the classification systems that put people of color on the bottom, above rocks, right? Above rocks, who are living, and Chief Mann will remind us that the water and the air and the rocks are living. We just don't know how to measure and understand what that life is about. But certainly below, those who are considered superior beings with superior frontal lobes, with superior bodies and genetics. And in this time in which eugenics has come back with a vengeance, and all the assumptions, who are the unfit and who are the fit, it's so important to understand what these systemics are about. These systemics are ways of knowing, and part of what we're trying to grapple with is really how can we fight against these systemics that are so deeply entrenched in the way we not only think, but the way we feel and the reflexes that we have in terms of our emotions. And it's so easy to appeal, just like the wizard, to those built-in reflexes that it frightens and fools all of us very easily. So part of what we're doing today, and this is where I really appreciate the fact that Femi and Mia White, who will be commenting on Femi's comments, are going to be helping us with a deep dive into not so much the doom and gloom of what's going on now, but to try to understand what's going on. Try to understand the systemics and how can we begin to contest those systemics. It identifies a special role in the university especially, but the university partnerships that we have to have with the communities that we work with, and really have so much of the knowledge, as Chief Mann has made very clear, the knowledge that the universities don't quite have, because we're still caught up in a certain kind of systemic way of knowing things that really oftentimes helps us, works against our ability to really understand what's really happening. It's so fragmented, it's so divided. We don't even talk to each other if we're in the humanities or somebody else is in chemistry or whatever it may be. We're so divided and fragmented that we're not crossing the silos and bringing the systemic understanding of how things work together in an effective ways that we can actually do something. So in some ways, this moment is a moment of opportunity as well, because it's a chance for us to be thinking about these questions together, and to be, however we can reconstruct the culture and society in the present as the massive violence that's going on. This is our time to start doing that, to be thinking about how to do that, and to be engaging in these questions. So as Chief Mann was saying, in some ways it's not up to the elders. We have to keep the elders in mind. It's not up to me as a professor. It's not up to people with the credentials, but it's really up to the folks who are really doing this scholarship as you're in classes, as you're thinking about these questions, as you're living through what's going on now. And that's where the future is, and that's what we're really trying to do today, is to set the table for that to happen. So I'm not going to give a typical introduction to Olúfẹ Táíwò, but you all have seen the invitation to this. You can go look him up. You can see the links. He's involved in many things. But I just wanted to say that as a way of introducing this morning session, in which Femi will be kind of laying out some of what these systemics are about, and then we have the good fortune of Mia White commenting as well after that. So this is a very important event for us. I'm really glad more people have just kind of also filing in and showing up. For us to be crossing those silos and making those connections, and especially for all the members of our communities that we're working with and should be doing much more work with and should be better at doing work with, it's a chance for these kinds of connections to be going on. So I really appreciate our interim chancellor being here and really saying that, yeah, this is important. And we have to double down and commit to that. So without any more delay, Femi Táíwò. Please welcome Femi Táíwò.
Let me get my timer going so I don't blab on. While I'm doing that, I just want to thank the organizers. I want to thank all of you for being here. You know, these aren't the easiest times, as we've all been talking about, to be having these conversations. And I think it speaks well of us that we're here. Between today and the conversations there were yesterday, there was a lot that was learned. And I think we have an opportunity now, which is incidentally the subject of this conversation, not only to resist the forces trying to move back, but I think genuinely to advance things. I think to end up in a more progressive position than we thought of if we have the patience to think about change on the time scale, not that our social media moves or not that our kind of individual psychology might tend towards, but on the time scale that the earth moves, on the time scale that history moves. And so that's what I want to talk about today. Do we have like here we go. Thank you. So we're talking about our parents today, it seems. So I'm going to talk about my parents too. You know, part of the reason for why I just said what I just said about even in these dark times, even as books are being banned, you know, I still think of this as an opportunity to move in a positive direction. To change the world at scale is because that's what I've been arguing about for the last few years. I've argued for these two contentions, right? That one is a way to understand what reparations is about, world making, change in the direction of justice on a planetary scale. And secondly, that what that means in this century is climate justice, ecological justice. So I've been arguing for those. I'm happy to talk more today about why I think both of these things. But one of the responses I've gotten as I've advanced these claims is, you know, why is it that we should be thinking so large? Why think this is possible? You know, shouldn't we set our sights on something more achievable, like justice, or at least progression in the direction of justice on a local scale or a national scale or maybe a state or province level? And that's what brings me to my parents. You know, in the space of my parents' lifetime, the world has been remade. My parents were born colonial subjects of the British Empire. It is me and my siblings who are the first generation of our families to be born after that period. The back half of the 20th century was essentially an extended war between the forces that wanted to retain the formal trappings of colonialism and the forces that were contending against that. And whatever we want to say about what was and wasn't achieved in the context of that war, at the beginning of the 20th century, a quarter of the landmass and population of the world alone was controlled, claimed control by the British Empire, and that was no longer true by the end of that century. So change on a planetary scale has happened. It hasn't just happened in human history, it's happened in the scale of human lifetime. And I think we have to take seriously the possibilities that we too are succeeding or failing in our attempts to do the same. Why might we view us as failing? How are we moving in a backwards direction? Well, certainly with respect to climate emissions, and certainly with respect to the social and political consequences of that. So on the picture here, you see that should say 2024. This is Hajj last year. Hundreds died, over 1,000 people when it was all said and done, making the pilgrimage. And this was in part because there were major differences in what the pilgrimage meant for different people. People from wealthier nations were able to buy rooms in wealthier hotels. People from places like India and Bangladesh camped out in tents and walked to the various holy sites rather than taking wheeled transportation. That meant exposure to the sun, and that meant exposure to unseasonably hot conditions, even by the standards of this section of the world, which is warm. There we go. All right, New Orleans. So we could be tracking heat directly in terms of the air temperature. We could be tracking it indirectly. So amongst the things that you find, if you study cities like New Orleans, this isn't the only city for which this is true, there are marked differences in the neighborhood composition with respect to tree canopy. So richer, wider neighborhoods tend to have more trees. And as people who study these things know, the distribution of trees is the distribution of heat in heat waves, and it's the distribution of susceptibility to heat and to death and heat stroke. What we should sit that thought next to, I've been contending, is that these kind of climate vulnerabilities that we saw in Hajj, that we saw in New Orleans, should be understood as political vulnerabilities, right? They don't just happen to correlate with our measures of marginalization, with our measures of income, with our measures of political access and power. But in fact, these are the very same vulnerabilities. It is the vulnerabilities of race and class that explain where the trees are, that explain where the heat wave deaths are. This we can see with the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, which I spoke a bit about in the book. The political vulnerabilities of the public systems there to people that wanted to reform them in a very different direction. The proposal is that we should understand our political and economic system as a distributive system. It pipes advantages like wealth and positions on zoning commissions and universities to particular places and makes them accessible by particular people. And it pipes the opposites, poverty, criminalization, pollution, down the relevant hierarchies, the racial hierarchies, the income hierarchies. As mentioned before, the proposal isn't that this is the way the world happens to work, or a purely kind of statistical, probabilistic sense that if you're poor, you are more likely to be exposed to pollution. But in fact, the mechanisms are causal. It is because you can't afford the kind of lawyers who can defeat major corporations in extended litigation, and the fact that those corporations can. Those explain where the pollution goes, who is made worse off because of it. This is something that we can see at multiple scales. So on the screen is an analysis that myself and co-authors did as part of producing the Reconsidering Reparations book. And you find that climate vulnerability, as mentioned, as measured by an index, correlates to the history of a country. Where were you placed in the colonial order that developed? And when you peer into that index, you don't find purely environmental measures. In fact, the measures that you find of what explains, what predicts mortality due to climate events are very general measures of what people call economic development, or what you might call broad-based distribution of the gains from social cooperation. What is the level of maternal mortality in your country? What is the literacy rate, right? How have the gains of this planetary economic system we've built been distributed amongst the people? How have they been concretized into schools? How have they been concretized into hospitals? If you are in a part of the world where the gains from planetary scale politics and economics have been shared broadly, where you have an electric grid that doesn't fail every day, where you have schools and school teachers who are compensated, where you have where you can retain skilled labor in medicine. Those are the places that are least vulnerable to climate change. Whatever the state of their trees, whatever the state of their water, though those are, of course, direct causes of climate destruction. But you actually find these measurable correlations with general kinds of economic development indicators. So all that wraps up the idea that wealth distribution in and of itself is going to, explain a bit about climate vulnerability. Certainly household to household, the kind of households that can move when the sea level rises because they can afford to buy a house elsewhere are going to have less vulnerability than households that can't. But it's not just wealth. It's also these things that operate on a larger scale. It's the development of an education system in a country or a hospital system, which being personally rich, even in a poor country, can't buy you out of. So there's a lot wrong with the focus on carbon emissions as the total story of climate change and our ecological crisis. I think you could get a lot out of, oversimplifying in the other direction. Maybe it's just this political and economic system that we've built that is our climate crisis. If that's right, then here's the project of reparations that fits that kind of descriptive view of the problem. Maybe building a different distributive system, changing our distributive system, as we've done over the 20th century. Maybe doing that again this century is the kind of project we should be up to. That's simply the view that I've called the constructive view. Many generations of people fighting for reparations have had a view like this. It's just a name to put on that. But the crucial part of it is that the people on the hook for footing the bill for this constructive project should probably be the people and the institutions and the parts of the world where the spoils from injustice yesterday have accumulated. So the places and the people and the institutions that have gotten rich off of the history that brought us to this point. All of which is to say, again, here's the constructive project. We need to change how the things that determine maternal mortality, the things that determine the distribution of pollution, the things that determine the distribution of wealth. We need to change how those things are delivered and where they go. Change the system that produces those. So that is the conceptual argument in a nutshell. I think the question from there, bringing it down a level of abstraction or two, is what that looks like in practice. Are we talking about different laws? Are we talking about a different kind of political structure on the scale of the United Nations? Are we talking about that in the case of a state like New Jersey or in a country like the United States? The answer to which is yes. All of the above, of course. And we could look at the same kinds of thoughts that have brought us this far to help explain what's going on there, right? In the aftermath of acute climate crisis, in the aftermath of a flood or a hurricane, but maybe more importantly, in the era of history where we realize, for quite practical reasons, that we need to redo some things, right? Even the most politically allergic, wonky think tanker will tell you there needs to be an energy transition, right? We need to revolutionize the way that we deliver electricity. The political winds are behind large-scale change. And the question is, the sticking point is, change for whom, change in what direction? Right? So these same events that caused some people to seize an opportunity over the New Orleans education system could have spurred change in a positive direction. It could have been change for larger, deeper public support for a broader section of the population. There's been a debate in social science about how to change human behavior. One of the models that you might be familiar with, depending on what classes you're taking, is this kind of rational actor model. Right? What explains what people do? Well, their incentives. They do some calculations in their head about costs and benefits, and after the math is done, they decide what to do. And obviously, there's something to that. Nearby, there have been, over the last couple of decades, people making arguments about what they call the nudges, right? So what if we take the vending machine and take the Doritos out of the eye level of the vending machine and put the apples there, right? What if we make these small changes to our practical environment that make healthy decisions, moral decisions, just a little bit easier to make? And there was a deep kernel of truth that was onto something. I think what it was onto is this, the idea that our practical environment, our environment is decisive in determining our behavior, right? What's in our vending machines, whether there are vending machines, which snacks are at eye level. You know, that's the flavor of thing that explains what we do and why we do the thing. The problem was the scale of ecological change being proposed by the nudges, right? They weren't just deciding to eliminate food deserts, right? Or make public scale grocery stores, right? They were saying we're gonna keep most of the world the same and we're gonna make these tiny environmental changes. And some of the central researchers of this kind of nudge section of literature last year wrote a large mea culpa saying, we realize that we've been part of the problem. These deeper structural interventions that we could have made would have been orders of magnitude, much, much larger effects, right? The kinds of changes we could make by nudges in the healthcare sector, for instance, could have saved Americans $9 billion per year, but structural changes would have saved $1 trillion, right? So 1,000 times more, roughly. So the idea that our environment, changing our environment, important and correct. But maybe we should not just fiddle around the edges. Maybe we should do some world making. Maybe we should really change our environment. What does that look like on a small scale? Dr. Gina South and some of her colleagues in Philadelphia have been doing pilot studies, and they found that you could reduce gun violence by changing the environment, right? You could clean up trash, you could install plants, things that don't involve, you know, going up to people and making ammunition cost more, or, you know, intervening directly on people's incentives, but changing the environment in which people decide what to do about conflicts, right? If you make that environment better, people might make different decisions. Gina South's work is in good company. This is actually a result you find in a lot of social sciences. Interventions that don't directly change people's incentives with respect to their behavior or with respect to their social conflicts, but that change the environment in which they feel these pressures have measurable changes on behavior. Streetlights reduce crime. Jobs reduce crime and reduce gun violence. So we could look for those, right? In general, we could look across the various kind of options, and we could find things in our political environment to change. On the local level, maybe that's streetlights, maybe it's citizen science. On a national level, maybe it's something like public power, a federal national public power grid. On an international level, maybe it's a global climate fund, or maybe we change how international institutions work. But we could change the environment in which people are making decisions, and we might find that the world changes afterwards. Which brings us to the elephant in the room. The institutions we have for doing all this suck. They're terrible. We're not the first generation of people to be faced with this problem. It seems like the kind of thing that reliably can change the world at scale is the state. And in racial justice politics and indigenous justice politics, there is a well-earned skepticism of the state. The state has been, and the state system, I should say, has been engaged with in the 20th century by different strategies, by different sections of people who were fighting for justice and reform. So there's a famous essay by Emanuel Wallerstein, which I've put some quotes from here. But in general, there were two schools of thought. One that thought we're going to fight to take over the state or to establish a state in the case of colonized parts of the world. And there was a school of thought that said, within the state we have, we're going to fight some other battle, right? We're going to fight against the bourgeoisie, or we're going to fight to take over the national legislature. On the other hand, I think a thing that we might be able to agree on over the last few months is that the state in general isn't great, but it could be worse, right? There's the state and there's the state. In particular, with respect to the climate crisis, there is a worrying possibility and set of developments that economists Daniela Gabor and Dongo Samba Silla have been tracking, which is this tendency of the state worldwide, perhaps particularly in the global south, to become essentially a handmaiden for capital. So the state, whatever else it does, is nominally supposed to protect the public interest. But over the last few decades, a dynamic has been emerging where The state does its functions at the behest of private shareholders that invest in things like toll roads and public-private partnerships over hospitals. And then the fees charged to patients at those hospitals, the state funds that go into those hospitals are targeted not at producing the healthiest population possible, but rather stabilizing returns to the investors that fund these hospitals. And what's good for investors, not necessarily what's good for patients, right? So there's a significant risk that as states become handmaidens to capital, there ceases to be a major institution that is looking out for the public interests. So in the 20th century, the sensibility that won out, at least according to Wallerstein, is a two-step strategy. First, you have to get control of the state, then you can get on to the broader business of transforming the world. I think something like that is probably true in our century. Another way to say that is, no matter what scale we're looking at, whether it's the kind of thing that could be done in a city, like the stuff at the bottom here, whether it's running our farms or our communities agroecologically with regenerative agricultural practices, whether it's establishing community-controlled science, whether it's establishing reparations commissions for the state of New Jersey, we would have to ask the question of what the environment is in which those things are sustainable and winnable. And that environment includes, of course, the global political environment, what the relationship is between countries and who's in charge of the government. It also, very importantly, as I hope is obvious in the case of climate science, includes the environment, what the heat is doing, what the sea level is. And the difference between winning and losing on those larger structural scales just is this difference, the difference that the nudging social researchers noticed. The structure of society, where wealth is being pipelined to, where pollution is being pipelined to, that's orders of magnitude more important than the decisions people make individually on their own. And it's hard to talk about this at a time in history like this without acknowledging the other direction that this can go. Right? One thing we can do is change the world in a direction of justice for all, and try to make an economy and a politics that works on the basis of solidarity with all people. Another thing we could do is develop the kind of politics being pioneered by the sorts of people who are building post-apocalypse bunkers for themselves. And that's a society where the people in charge have divested from the public good and are finding ways to insulate themselves from the destruction that they are causing from the rest of us. So rather than public insurance and robust, resilient public grids and public institutions, we get cop cities and military border patrols. There's a connection between these two things, which is where I will leave my comments, particularly in the global south, right? What version of the state we get, what version of state politics we get, depends on what version of state politics is possible. The states that are playing handmaiden to capital aren't necessarily doing that for the love of the game, but maybe they are here. But a lot of them, particularly in the Caribbean, are doing so because that's the conditions under which they can access capital at all. Right? If you have to run the government of Jamaica or Barbados, and the only people that you can get the relevant funds from require these kinds of concessions, then you are likelier to run the state in a way that caters to those interests. But imagine if that weren't so. Right. Imagine, for instance, if there was large-scale debt cancellation for global South countries. Maybe the broad-based politics of a resilient, climate-resilient, socially resilient state for all might be more winnable in that kind of environment. Maybe that ought to be the point. So one aspect of reparatory justice on that scale might be debt cancellation. And I'm happy to talk in the Q&A about why that in particular. But what's important for now is noticing that the same kinds of things that explain injustice on one scale and at one level might help explain them on another. I'm going to skip a bit. What shows up as state violence within Jamaica or Barbados, what shows up as state violence within the United States, for that matter, I think relates to these larger planetary scale problems and vice versa. The more we can tilt politics in the direction of streetlights and jobs for all, and away from the direction of police batons for all, I think the more we'll find these other scales of politics tractable. But at the end of the day, the politics that we have now represents an accumulated balance of power between the sorts of people wanting to call the shots in New Orleans or in Saudi Arabia or in Jamaica, or in Barbados, or in the United States, and the rest of us. And so anything that we can do to change that balance of power at least could contribute to reparations and to reparatory justice and climate justice. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
Femi, I too am going to put a timer on for myself. Thanks to everyone for being here this afternoon. Thanks to Femi for your really important and provocative corpus of work, especially the book, Reconsidering Reparations. Thank you for writing it and for putting it into the world, and I hope everybody here will take some time to read it. Thanks to Jack for inviting me to be in conversation here, and Ashley and Mayte, and Chief Vincent and Chancellor Robinson, and especially to my colleagues on the New Jersey Reparations Council, who I think a few are here with me, including Jean-Pierre Brutus, Melissa's probably not here, Maria Lopez-Nunez, who is here, and the entire Environmental Justice Committee, on which I sit, as well as the other committees on the council. And if you want to find out more about our collective work on the council, the New Jersey Reparations Council, you can look us up at newjerseyreparationscouncil.org. Easy to remember. So again, my name is Mia Charlene White. I teach at the New School. I'm a critical geographer and critical urbanist whose teaching and scholarship relies on Black geographies and the Black radical tradition in particular to think about colonial racial capitalism and the relationship between environmental justice and reparations. At the heart of my research is a focus on how histories of dispossession and exploitation shape contemporary struggles for justice And I'm particularly interested in the potential of reparations processes to usher in new ways of imagining how to address and respond to structural harm. I emphasize public engagement, events just like this, and research praxis in my work. And to that end, I am an appointed member of the New Jersey Reparations Commission, where I sit on the Environmental Justice Committee, and I'm also an active research partner with the New York City Community Land Initiative, also called NICELY, where I support community-driven campaigns, including one right now focused on public land for the public good. I definitely encourage everybody to look that up. For the last decade or so, I have been studying something called the Community Land Trust Model. I'll refer to that as the CLT in my remarks, which is a community-based approach to reassembling the relationship between land, people, and the more than human world. I'm deeply buried in trying to finish my first book right now, which is an intellectual history of the CLT towards theorizing this relationship between environmental, climate, racial, and housing justice concerns to movements for reparations. And I think that in their best iterations, the work of CLTs confront the intertwined historical public health crises and overlapping community vulnerabilities we have inherited from the atrocities of enslavement and indigenous genocide, which of course gave birth to spatial and property-based modes of exclusion and harm, some of which Olúfẹ reviewed for you, which include racial covenants, redlining, zoning, and other kinds of resource hoarding that today have created what we understand as environmental justice communities who are fighting against extreme temperatures, flooding, debt and utility burden, displacement, gentrification, and erasure. Similar to the participatory budgeting work that you reference in your work, Femi, CLTs and energy cooperatives are two of the policy recommendations that we have made in our work on the New Jersey Reparations Council. And I see as building the bridge to the world that you reference in the new preface to your book, Reconsidering Reparations. I especially like the way you put their potential in the new preface, that their work is, as you say, prefigurative of the societies we want, and also part of a strategy for achieving that society, a bridge between the world we have and the world we want. Those words reminded me of Ruth Wilson Gilmore's long-standing work on the practice of abolition, which is really about people coming together to create the conditions for the world we need. At the heart of that vision for creating the conditions for the world we need, the bridge, as you said, between the world we have and the world we need, the world we want, is a question. And that is, how do we prepare to be good relations? Two things are needed for that question to be legitimate. The first is that one has to actually care about being a good relation in general. So relationality has to actually be a legible rubric for you at some basic level. For example, in the sense of land as relation, the way that indigenous leaders and scholars have taught us. And second, one has to be willing to consider the possibility that being a good relation is relevant for us here in this room to consider, here in this conversation at an R1 institution of higher education, talking about big institutions, big processes, big scales, like the state, as you of course explored in your work. And I know the question, how do we prepare to be good relations, is possibly a too much question, like that line from Alice in Wonderland about muchness and being too much. But I think it's really time for us to be in search of muchness. How do we regain our muchness, actually, especially in higher ed, in a conjuncture, thank you, Stuart Hall, where we see a return to tyranny? How do we pursue or build safeness with each other, as Kiese Lehman recently said, when he was talking about his new children's book, City Summer, Country Summer? Can we fathom the idea of defiantly and pragmatically linking arms together in some kind of different spatial form to move forward despite all the micro-fascisms of hierarchy and cumulative harm that the frontline environmental justice movement have told us so much about? Safeness in higher ed sort of sounds like a bad joke, though, especially right now, because we know that higher ed is basically like a feudal system. And yet still, some of us also exist within that feudal system in an undercommons of sorts, to use the term Moten and Harney explore in their gorgeous book of the same name, where we link together, where we maybe even change each other and the world around us little by little. The Undercommons formulation is something that I bring up here specifically because it is about, among other things, how we may be in the university but not of the university, and also about how we must extend the concept of study far beyond the university, using mutual study as a life orientation for not only being otherwise, but also for noticing otherwise, noticing alternative social forms as we build the bridge you spoke about, Femi, despite the structures of domination that condition so much of our collective world. We may notice, for example, that for people for whom the world has already ended many times over, it's not been the state that produces safeness, but those in the undercommons and in community. Princeton University's president recently described debates about higher ed as essentially about whether we in academia are meant to simply be mirrors of society, reflecting in equal measure everything we see, or whether we in academia are meant to exist at an angle to society, exploring, challenging, and questioning assumptions and status quos across the intellectual spectrum for the purpose of transforming the way we think about ourselves, each other, and the more than human world. That angle brings us back to that bridge, Femi, that you speak about in your preface about the world we need to build. What we're seeing today is a stage set not only for retribution, but also for a deep and sustained cruelty. And so I want to offer that our calls to action have to be simultaneously grounded in an intellectual and yes, also spiritual witnessing that is unafraid of muchness. Because discussions about race, climate, and reparations are mediated by intense loss, a loss shaped by colonial racial capitalism, and to use Ann Stoller's term, so much imperial debris. The kind that the Union for Concerned Scientists that you reference in your preface with regard to the Loss and Damage Fund are also grappling with. Yet the Loss and Damage Fund approaches loss in a very one-dimensional sense, dollars and cents, which as a rubric does absolutely create a starting point of sorts, but I'm reminded that the bridge we imagine building, it must bear so much more than the limits of our tools for material calculation. It must bear the weight of our disabled ecologies, including in our bodies, including in my own body, actually, of damage still unfolding, unrealized, and unaccounted for, even while we calculate material loss. I'm reminded of something Saidiya Hartman asked in her Venus in Two Acts, which was, how does one revisit the scene of subjection without replicating the grammar of violence? We know that environmental history has a violent color line marked by the afterlives of slavery, genocide, patriarchy, and Christianity. These lines are actually property lines, and I say property in the spirit that one of your interlocutors put in their response to the provocation, what is the state for? Where Tara Raghuvir opens with quite a powerful sentence saying, fossil capital has an accomplice, real estate capital. Today's real estate capital is built with a certain kind of DNA that you are all familiar with, the logic of property liberalism, that manic and catastrophic individualism whose precursors in the 17th century defined who could own and who could be owned. These property lines are literal. They are environmental, racial, and spatial histories embedded in our actual bodies and the landscape, from plantations to reservations to pipelines, poultry plants, bridges, parks, schools, prisons, and Superfund sites. Loss is spatial and entangled across multiple geographies. The bridge, then, must bear this knowledge because, as Tara Raghuvir writes, the climate crisis is the biggest displacement threat worldwide, and those displaced by climate events struggle to find housing in the communities where they land. Femi, in your opening essay, you sort of anticipate the varying scales she speaks of in that climate crisis when you ask how the different scales of climate politics fit together as patterns rather than as alternatives. So I think a multi-scalar approach is critical. In your opening essay, you note that slavery was worth opposing for every moment of the millennia for which it stood as a major mode of production before the historical door opened to abolitionism. Amen to that. And yet we know that there was no invisible hand that opened that metaphorical door. That door was built over many dialogic years, built with the seeds of fugitivity, experimentation, refusal, rebellion, and resistance, of wake work, and of blues epistemology. That door is like the bridge you reference because it prefigured our current world while it was co-constituted by the old one, and that old one is never truly gone or replaced, even while we strain to create different conditions for different worlds and different doors. It's not gone because we know that the configuration of EJ communities today has antecedents in plantation spatial organization, segregation, racial covenants, and zoning, all harmful property practices. The idea that loss is spatial is not shared here as a veneration or celebration of pathos as some kind of strategy per se, but rather to get us to think about reparations as entangled in an alchemy of spatial loss, and thus repair and reparation requiring a grammar of spatial entanglement. Because the grammar of violence that Saidiya Hartman speaks of, in this case, is about who could own and who could be owned. And a big, green, powerful US state apparatus quite likely would leave this unchanged. For me, the hyper-dominance ethos is all around us, in ideas about the state and in hyper-individualistic ideas about survival. So for me, the conversation remains about the afterlives of property. This may or may not sit easily in the two-step solution that you offer with regard to a singular focus on fossil capital, despite the many-headed hydra that colonial racial capitalism and various state apparatuses have produced. To illustrate the entanglement, let's think about property. The traditional way to think about property is through some metaphor about it being like a bundle of sticks, the way my old environmental econ professor taught us. The idea here is that property ownership encompasses different kinds of sticks, each stick representing a distinct right: the right to use property, to sell it, lease it, exclude others from it, the right to extract minerals, to build on land, to transfer ownership. The bundle of sticks is relational, even if the mythos is about unfettered individual ownership. So the relational part, that's good, but the metaphor could be better. Thinking between, inside, and across traditions, the way Black Studies models for us, and the way that the late Dr. Clyde Wood did, may he rest in peace, helps us adjust the epistemology enough to where we might think of property less like a bundle of sticks and more like a leaky bucket being held by people standing in quicksand. And while they're worrying about their leaky buckets, they're watching others with their leaky buckets, all the while being blamed for their struggle and suffering as they sink further below, still trying to hold on. In his 1998 book, Development Arrested, Clyde Woods thought we needed to reframe our spatial sensibilities, and he coined the term blues epistemology as a Black social theory of space to help us. He argued that the spatiality of racial histories mattered in the organization of post-civil rights development in the Mississippi Delta, and that community resistance to racial capitalism could be found if one was looking, specifically in blues music. A blue note is one that is bent. In other words, sung or played at slightly different pitch from the hegemonic standard, in order to glide between two tones and where the call and response accompaniment produces a dialogic and unresolved understanding versus only a dialectical synthesis. For Woods, the makers of the blues were sociologists, reporters, counselors, advocates, preservers of oral history and language and custom. And they chronicled loss, survival, and resistance against racial and capitalist violence as experienced through environmental disease, the redevelopment bulldozer, and through what he described as asset stripping of poor communities of color. Dr. Woods thought academics like myself could do so much more than simply the status quo of narrating the death of beloved communities. He asked, have we simply become academic coroners? And to what end? Through his theorization of blues music, he asked us to check again about what we think we know. In other words, he questioned hegemonic epistemologies having to do with how we understand spatial problems, because where others only saw pathos, he saw the alchemizing power of loss, survival, critique, and remembrance. He asked us to see the entangled connections between the spiritual, cultural, and political economy domains, what I elsewhere call our land-body enmeshment, and that the entanglement itself is the portal through which to imagine, experiment, and fight for social change. We start right there with the entanglement. It's not simply a dialectical approach to thinking about problems like race and climate collapse. It's a dialogic response that asks us to practice our visions, our frameworks, and the futures that we need to reassemble that land-body connection towards repair, reconnection, and relation. And that's why, for me and many others, community-based approaches to climate resilience in the built environment look like community land trusts and energy cooperatives, because these are spatial approaches that reorient relations at multiple scales: your body, the block, your family, the community. Blues epistemology prevails where the bundle of sticks metaphor cannot comprehend grief or terror or agony, like what Harriet Jacobs felt as she hid herself in the garret of her grandmother's shed for 7 years to be near her children, herself a fugitive from the property matrix of enslavement and sexual assault that she was subjected to. Please read Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl if you don't know what I'm talking about. The bundle of sticks metaphor cannot comprehend the agony and the horror of the Trail of Tears, the forced march of diverse indigenous peoples towards these holding places, these created reservations, so that settlers who now own property and land could somehow suddenly feel closer to freedom. So what is mediated when we speak about race, climate collapse, and reparations really depends, I think, on our facility and willingness to work with blues epistemology, with what Christina Sharp wrote about in her 2016 book on Blackness and Being, where she conjured a present reality defined by the wake of the transatlantic slave ship, while also seeing our reality also as defined by the work in the wake we do, the work we do in the wake, to dialogically work with and transform loss. She called this wake work. Wake work never happens in a vacuum in the same way a wake never happens in an empty room, and I can't see the state doing wake work. I see wake work as spatial, cooperative, and experimental work which welcomes loss and memory, as well as laughter, fear, uncertainty, contingency, and non-resolution, a blues epistemology. And returning to that angle to society that Princeton University's president was talking about, finding our angle in a context of colonial racial capitalist heteropatriarchal war, which is in fact what we find ourselves in right now, we need to ask, as you want us to, Olúfẹ, what is the role of the state in our climate futures? The chapter written by Miriam Kaba and Andrea Ritchie drove the point home for me quite clearly when they wrote, the immediate task then is assessing what work needs to be done to create the conditions for something new to emerge. This requires that we grapple with practical questions such as how to organize at the community level at a scale necessary to meet collective needs in a global society in ways that don't replicate the policing functions of the state. I too want to talk about my parents. I'm running out of time, but I loved that you referenced your parents. I'm Black and Korean. My mother was born a colonial subject of Japan in the country of Korea. And the reason that I myself was not born in Korea was because Korean citizenship was unavailable to me as a so-called biracial person with a Black father. And so that is why I have a deep suspicion of turning to state and statecraft as the solution. But I am also grateful to be here in this conversation with you. So given the long shadow of private property's eugenical and embedded state history here in the United States, that angle to society is incredibly important, and it requires the blues as method if we are to reimagine everything as Grace Lee Boggs asked us to, including the state. I want to reimagine the state with you. if we are to think about a blues epistemology for climate futures, maybe, where we see a framework for surviving the climate catastrophe as nearly identical to stopping the climate catastrophe. So this is not a teleological two-step for me, it's a simultaneity. Surviving the climate catastrophe as identical to stopping the climate catastrophe. It's here that I think I locate some tension in my reaction to the two-step solution that you write about, wherein you offer that we must first dethrone fossil capital so that we can then control enough of our political and economic system to transform everything else. In other words, first dethrone capital, then transform, because we cannot first count all the losses and then move to abolition, given that climate change is already here. It's already here. Because when all the plans are made, who is already being left behind? I'm skipping because I'm over time. I understand why you emphasize the need for control of our economic and political system, but going back to Saidiya Hartman's reminder, how does one revisit the scene of subjection without replicating the grammar of violence? I ask that in the sense that our solutions must be transformed away from any imperial debris and from any nationalist orientation to control, and towards an ethos of interdependence in the spirit in which Huey P. Newton himself wrote about when he got out of jail. Because control, property, and dominance are the ethos of atrocity. I'm going to end it there because I'm too long. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. There's so much richness here, you know, and I guess maybe just to clarify some terminology, because not all of our students are necessarily familiar with it. So, so Mia, I think it'd be great for you to talk about, okay, because it's implicit, and this is part of the jargon of how we talk about things. So if you could talk about dialectics and dialogics a little bit and unpack what that means in ways that I think we live it. So if you could just maybe perhaps both of you could talk a little bit about that, because that'd be really helpful.
I have my notes here.
So it's a formulation I really appreciate, because sometimes dialectics can be kind of left to these grand, large forces that we don't feel we have any connection to or any agency over. But dialogics is a much more kind of grounded, you know, performative level in which nature also has its agency, but certain, yeah. So
Yeah, sorry, I anticipated that, and I'm a little frazzled, so I'm just going to read. So dialogic is, at least in the way that I'm attempting to begin to mobilize it, and I am just beginning this, so this is a little bit of a test case. It's thinking through, I'm mobilizing it while I'm thinking with Clyde Woods in the context of blues epistemology, and so thinking about the accompaniment and the conversation. So thinking about something that is not completely finished. It's not a synthesis, it's a conversation. It's an exploration, an interaction, where I guess it's like quantum physics, where it's not A plus B equals C, but in the immediacy of A and B, we get A is changed and B is changed, and we don't get C, we get something that looks like C but is changed, right? So that sort of a different approach. It's not in opposition to dialectics. Where dialectic is more the synthesis, a debate, where we're, you know, all bringing our points of view and our approaches, and we're figuring out how to synthesize our different approaches, and we're almost creating a little bit of a closed loop. That would be a really different approach than I think what Clyde brought with blues epistemology, which is, again, that accompaniment, that there is form, but it's not closed. There is accompaniment, and there's a certain unpredictability, but there's a lot of interaction, and that's the way that I intended it. I hope that makes sense.
So part of what you're talking about is also the musical practice of the blues.
Yes,
so
literally.
that's where it comes out of.
Yes, literally.
And then because I think it's very easy for the dominant American culture to think of, oh, blues is sadness. We're sad, and
right.
somehow this is expressing the sadness of African Americans, but it's
not,
it's not that.
No.
If you could kind of help us with that, because part of where we are in Newark is really somewhere where Amory Baraka has been, and he's written about blues people, but also other African American theorists have really talked about the blues and what it does. you know?
I mean, I think this is so common. We all do this, where we think about. I was watching a webinar 2 nights ago. The New School hosted Ava DuVernay, the famous director, and there were some students that put their question into the webinar, and one was a young Black woman, a student at the New School where I teach, and she said, "Do you have advice for me? Sometimes when I show up to auditions." People look at me in a certain way. There's a certain energy I pick up from people, a certain hostility, a certain question mark. And so she asked that, and then Miss Ava responded, and she said, I know exactly what, I don't know you, and I don't know the situation, but I really do know what you're talking about, because she went on to say, I'm a whole director hiring people, and then they show up to set, and they treat me like the question mark. This is what Ms. Ava was saying. And she said, but what I want to say to you is that what we need to do is stop thinking about these things as happening to us and start thinking about these things as happening for us to learn from. And so just linking that back to blues epistemology, it is not a pathos. It is not just about pain. It is the transformation of loss, maybe even agony, but it is pedagogical. And so when we only see it as a sort of objectified state, I think really we're doing the work of white supremacy, even if we don't intend to. So we need to understand it as a series of pedagogical lessons that are intellectual, they're spiritual. There's a lot going on. I'm still learning with Clyde, may he rest in peace. My first job out of MIT was I was the junior replacement after he passed away. And I sat in his office, and some of his books were even still there, and his pillow on the chair was still there. And so I'm still in a process of really learning from Clyde. I don't have it all figured out yet, and there might be some Clyde Wood scholars in the room who can help me.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, Femi, I don't know if you want to pick up on that. In some ways, it seems to me that your work is much of this. I mean, because you're a philosopher entering into a tradition that is deeply oozing and limited by a certain kind of Western approach towards philosophy, but at the same time, you're tweaking it in all sorts of ways. You're tweaking it at both coming out of, and forgive me if this is not accurate, but it seems to me that your family's African perspectives are definitely an anti-colonial perspective, are really working against and abrading in many ways the traditional ways in which philosophy is formulated, but also you're working with tweaking it in a way that you're saying that, well, if we're dealing with reparations, we've got to deal with these questions, these larger global questions that are affecting everybody at the same time. So if you could maybe help us with that kind of move that you've made from that of course includes reparations, but also grapples with climate change. And that's part of the two-step process, but I don't know if you want to tweak it with a blues inflection as well. I mean, to bring that out.
Yeah, maybe the thing that occurs to me to say, so the style of philosophy I was trained in, they call analytic philosophy, and there's nothing an analytic philosopher loves more than to take what you thought was one thing and show how it's actually two subtly different things. It's very into distinctions, fine distinctions between things. And I think maybe as you're picking up on, I kind of run in the opposite direction. You know, like anyone ask me any question and I have to start at the Spanish Inquisition or something. So I just have I have the reflex of trying to see, like, the thing that interests me intellectually is trying to see the connections between things rather than the separations between things. And I think, you know, for good or ill, that's how I've approached reparations as an issue. And I think, you know, maybe one of the things coming out of our exchange is, you know, to what extent is that a pro and to what extent is that a con, right? A version of thinking about reparations, a version of thinking about politics that is curious about all of these scales will end up enmeshed with, you know, maybe institutions and scales that we really should keep out of it, right? You know, maybe the state is just a problem for the point of view of advancing reparations, or maybe the community is the right level of focus, and we really should kind of maybe not wall off, but focus there as opposed to thinking about these, you know, what the IMF is doing or what the UN is doing or something like that. I think there's good reason to suspect that, and maybe we can talk about that as we keep going.
Thanks for using enmeshed. I think what you present in the Boston Review, that entire project, the state matters. Let me just get to the point. The state matters. Anybody working on community-based work, especially in the CLT movement, knows that the state matters because 501c3s, right, are recognized by the state. I mean, I'm not, you know, this is not
That's a nonprofit
fantastical.
organization.
Non-for-profit organization recognized with an IRS designation, 501c3. So, I mean, that's essentially part of the state apparatus, and I'm not arguing. The state matters. It's our money. I tell my students it's the state purse, and they were like, "What do you mean, like a purse?" And I'm like, "You can picture a purse. If you want to picture your grandma's purse with her mints in there and all our money, that's how you should picture it." The state purse, our state purse. So yeah, the state matters. The question for me is what is the centrality of that scale for how we maintain sustainable connection with each other, which easily falls apart when we don't practice, for instance, how to be in conflict together and not want to hurt each other and not want bad things to happen to each other. Like, still want you and your family to have stable health and housing, and you for me. And how do we do? And the state is merely a tool, but it's really the people that need to practice that, and we are not very good at that right now. So that's why I return to the primacy of the community, but not in opposition to the state.
Femi, I mean, part of what's, I think, really unusual, certainly for my appreciation of your work, is that you are both a philosopher who's running the other way and historicizing and acknowledging colonialism in a way that traditionally philosophers have not, which seems absurd, but it does, right? But you're also a journalist. And in some ways that also kind of transits this kind of everyday tactical tactics with strategies, so there's many levels going on here, and it seems to me the two-step is also part of that you're advocating. So now, so please clarify for me if I don't understand part of what you're talking about. So this is all part of a volume that all of you can download, which is what is the state for? It's a Boston Review series in which Femi has written kind of the lead essay, and then a number of people who are kind of movement activists, but also very important kind of thinkers as well as organizers have responded in various ways. So part of the two-step that you're recommending in the lead essay here is a follow-up to your two books, Reconstructing Reparations and also Elite Capture, which we may want to even talk about as well, because it's such an important book, especially now with the attack against DEI, right? That you're also talking about, well, what's the two-step process? It's fighting the fossil fuel industry, that's one step, and then the other step is making changes on top of that. So maybe we could just unpack that a little bit and then get into that, because I think that's part of what's going on is that we've, and I appreciate the fact that we have a lot of classes here in the day. It's full, which is great. We didn't know this would happen. And we're gonna put into, I think, a website. We'll figure out a way of doing it so that you have the references to what we're talking about. So in some ways, you're all jumping into the middle of a conversation that is incredibly important, and that has to do also with all the things that Chief Mann is talking about in terms of land and the trusts involved in the land, and how the land has been absolutely abused and ignored, and how the people who are connected deeply to the land have been abused and ignored as well. But also enslaved people have been brought into working that land that have been also abused and equated as really chattel, right? Chattel slavery, right? So we're entering into a deep conversation here that's also about really how this question of tactics plays out, which is the world that so many of us are living in, because we're caught within a set of larger powers that in some ways are vectors and forces and dialectics that we feel that we have very little control over. But at the same time, there's this dialogical level that is very much about what we do every day, and how we think and how we talk and how we play music, and how we twist those notes in a way that then is not the same as what someone else is telling us we have to believe in. So I was just wondering, maybe if you could help us on, how have you, maybe this is the same answer as running the other way, but how can you combine the practice of being a journalist, which seems to me a very responsive and in some ways reactive kind of profession, but you're also engaging in dialogues with movements. I mean, it seems to me that you're kind of a movement journalist. So you're always thinking about what are the tactical responses within a broader set of deep understandings of how systems of power and wealth building work. So, yeah.
It's the first time I've been called a journalist. That's interesting.
You've identified yourself as a journalist, haven't you? All right.
Maybe.
Okay, sorry.
I don't know. All good. I mean, I guess I more commonly would have. I got started thinking about these questions doing organizing, and I would meet up with the other people who were opposing cooperation between ICE and the LA sheriffs, for instance. And we would talk about a lot of things, and but one of the questions you would ask is, how do we end up in this situation, right? And that's a particularly answerable case because, ICE, DHS, these are all new orgs, right? They are post 9/11 inventions of what was then the Bush era of U.S. politics, Bush 2, I should say. And so, if you ask the question, why is it that we even have to engage in fighting this particular fight, and why do they have the budget that they have, and why do they have the level of social support that they have in LA County, you would eventually end up back at 9/11, and you would, going back behind that, if you asked sufficient amount of why questions, you would end up back at the Cold War and the Mujahideen in Afghanistan. So if you just try to explain your local circumstance, I think you will end up, maybe somehow else, depending on the particular issue you work on. But you will eventually end up at a level where you're talking at a scale that's way past where you're at. Now, that may not mean that that's the place to focus, right? The thing to do might still be in your community to focus on the relationships you have between yourself and the people working with you. and the aspirations you have to set up a community land trust or to set up an energy cooperative. That might still be the place to focus, but I think once you ask the questions about whether or not you're going to win and why, I think you are dragged into the question of what the state is up to. So I think there are a lot of communities now in Louisiana or Guyana who might be dealing with burst pipelines, who might be dealing with problematic cancer rates as a result of the extractivism and ecological destruction. And whether it's Louisiana or whether it's Guyana or whether it's Ecuador, the people giving the permits to the multinational corporations, the reasons for the state giving the permits to the multinational corporations all have to do with this larger world of capital and finance. And so I just think, you know, if you're in the business of winning, which we should be, these are questions we have to answer somehow. And it may not be each individual local movement has to have some opinion about the larger thing, but we do have to somehow collectively contest what power is doing on that scale, even if it's just by each of us winning our local fights where we're at.
Well, thanks. I didn't mean to reduce you to the idea of being a chronicler, and I actually appreciate your word organizer more so, because I think of myself as doing that kind of work as well. But I also know in the realm of academia, it's kind of a dirty word. So to be a philosopher and an organizer appear to be very contradictory positions, but I actually deeply appreciate the fact that you're thinking that way. Mia, I don't know if we're going to need to wrap up soon. Okay, so we can open it up. Yeah, okay. Okay, we have about 10 minutes? Okay. Mia, classes are breaking, so that's part of what's going on here. Sorry about this. It's nothing any of us has said. It's not because you said you're an organizer, and it's not because I said you're a journalist. But this is what happens, you know. Yeah, right. So Mia, just if you don't mind my asking you, what do you think of the term organizer? Because that seems to me linked to this idea of dialogue and dialogics. But maybe just quickly respond to that, and then we can open it up. Yeah.
I love the word. I organize with my students, and I organize with frontline communities, but I know that I'm not an activist in the sense of my frontline community partners. Smart enough to know that, but I think it's a very important word, especially for those of us in higher education, to really grapple with. Like, if the word makes us uncomfortable, we should really think about why.
And just to be clear, my wife is an actual journalist, so I was being weird about it because I was going to get in trouble at home if I stole valor.
Okay, let's open it up. I'd love to have any questions, comments people have.
Hello. I just want to say I appreciate every single word that was said today. It really resonated so deeply with me as an organizer. I wanted to kind of circle back to the beginning of this conversation when you mentioned the blues, and I feel like it's so in sync with media today, if you've seen Sinners or not, because that was like chef's kiss. I've never wanted to see a movie twice, but I'm going to, just to tap back into all of the themes that came into it. And I kind of I'm curious to think about with the conversation as well, trying to uplift and have a way to uplift communities to bring them closer to the causes that we're, wanting to activate and energize. As an organizer, I've realized a lot of people have barriers between them and being engaged, and one of those things is self-care, being able to take care of ourselves, to have the energy to go out there and do those things. And that's why I became a yoga instructor. And I also go out and tell people all the things that we need to organize about while we're taking care of ourselves. So I'm wondering for y'all, what are the things that you guys have noticed that we may need to break down as a barrier when it comes to being more engaged?
Yeah, I'll just say a couple things. One, this is why I've kind of gravitated towards some of the particular, I hate the word policy, but it's the only thing I can think of that comes to mind. But the particular policies or the particular actions that I've glommed onto, because there's so many complex ways that people are prevented from having control over their lives. It's not just being disenfranchised, but it is that. It's not just being incarcerated, but it is that. But all the demands on people's time and the things that eat away at your energy are also things that eat away at your ability to organize, right? And I think that's what you're rightly directing our attention to. So I like things like I like facilitated ways of direct democratic decision making, like participatory budgeting, things that get people together in a town hall format to make direct decisions, because then you're not just asking people to make decisions, but you're giving them a supportive apparatus. You give them access to advisors that can help them do it. I think the best version would give people access to childcare who are participating in it. And, those kinds of supports that you can put around the things we might be fighting for directly would also just be things that we should change about the world. Like childcare should be not as unaffordable as it is, right? So I think the more we can kind of stack actions together like that in clusters, make progress on a bunch of things at once, the better.
As a mommy of 2 kids, I agree. But I'll say I'm from Queens, and yay, what's up, Queens? I was recently approached through some organizing meetings by some folks in my hometown, Elmhurst, because they're starting a CLT there. And what somebody told me once we actually organized a Zoom and we started talking, was that, yeah, we watched you for a while in a few different Zooms. You just want to feel it out, academics. But then we felt like, maybe you were all right. So then, we just decided to reach out and do you want to partner? And I just raise it as an example that, being in conversation with people and learning with them, for me, it's allowed me to be a more effective faculty educator with my mainly undergraduate students, right? But then also, I just feel more grounded, so that then when my Elmhurst family, when my folks came and asked me, would you partner? Now I'm schlepping out. I live in New Jersey now, okay? I'm schlepping out back to Queens just this past weekend because, and so we're learning together. And so it's just a different thing. You can't practice revolution by reading a book. I mean, you can sort of, but not really. You have to, right, be in it and be learning about, wow, a CLT is trying to think about property in a different way. It's a different property relationship. It's just not you against the bank, against the world. It's we in relationship to this bank that we'll deal with against the world. And it changes how you think about your future. It changes how you even react to different things that happen to you throughout the day. So for me, getting involved is in some way is the answer.
We have 2 questions over on this side.
Okay, thank you for a fabulous discussion and presentation. Just very briefly, I feel like the issue of sex, gender, cisgender women, transgender people, non-binary people, it's sort of hovered around the discussion from the very first discussion about the male lions to Harriet Jacobs, maternity rates. And I was just really interested to hear what the 2 of you, how you fit that into your theorization, especially of racial capitalism, which the name kind of almost precludes adding, quote unquote, those kinds of discussions, given the attacks on transgender people, non-binary people, and cisgender women today.
I'll say a couple things. This is kind of the perennial problem of naming systems. You know, no matter how long the list gets, it could always be longer and should always be longer, because all these things, you know, whether disability or gender or religion, you know, all these are bases for discrimination, bases for inequality, and I certainly don't want to give the impression that, like, I think race and capital are the only important ones. As far as how it fits in theoretically, this is actually, there's a weird, I shouldn't say weird, there's a kind of sprawling set of arguments that were really prominent in academic literature in the 80s and 90s, a little bit through the aughts and less so now. But the version of it that I think that I end up siding with is the idea that the right way to understand gender oppression is as built into racial capitalism in the following way, right? There were lots of gender oppressions. There were lots of patriarchies. We have, and maybe this is the contentious bit, maybe there were complementary gender schemes. There are people that argue that. But regardless of what you think about what people were up to 1,000 years ago, now we're doing a very specific version of gender. Why that one? Because the people colonizing the world had that one and said everyone else should have that one, right? So it ends up being a blended story, and the particular local version of that story will depend on your group, right? Maybe you were an indigenous group that had 5 genders 400 years ago, and now you've been asked to assimilate into a culture where there are 2. That's an available story, but it ends up being an integrated story, and there is a small section that could have been longer in the book where I talk about that.
I just was focused on what you're saying. What did I want to say? Oh, I didn't share slides, but I'm absolutely influenced by queer ecologies and disabled ecologies, and basically they together seek to directly challenge heteronormative understandings of sort of like the separation of like nature and man one, whatever. And so I really take your point, and I think students really do too. Usually I start class at the beginning of the semester with a little snippet of Downton Abbey because they're too young, they don't even know what it is, right? But basically you have a young white woman who is in trouble because she can't inherit, she can't inherit, so she has to find a man. She has to find a man because otherwise her family is gonna be, anyway. So property, the reason I bring it up is, you know, who can own and who can be owned is an utterly multifaceted formulation for us to think about. Who can own and who can be owned and under what conditions. So gender is always implicated in that formulation.
I do feel eugenics gets kind of wiped out of this because eugenics really forms a certain kind of normative notion of different kinds of fitness that can be in a range of axes. And so we'll continue. We've got 1 or 2 more questions.
So we have 2 more
Okay,
questions. Because this is such a great discussion, I think we should take those 2 questions. Afterwards, there is lunch here, so please stick around and have lunch. And we also have copies of the book Reconsidering Reparations for Students. So please come and get your copy, but let's take those 2 questions.
You're saying they're for free, is that what you're saying?
Yes, yes. Thank you. We're going to take those 2 questions.
If you're a student. Okay.
Yes. So we're going to take those 2 questions and then have lunch and continue the conversation. And very important, for those of you who are here, please do not miss the conversation this afternoon as well, which is going to be really rich and very important. Okay, so.
Yeah, this is a really perfect conversation. I'm so glad we're having it here, having it now with you all. And I guess there are 2 questions I'm thinking about, or two areas. And the first is, I'm thinking about, Femi, your presentation. There was a moment in which, when you were talking about how states suck, I thought you were going to start talking about kind of transnational movements, and I started to think of, like, you know, okay, he's coming with a case study for some reason. That was in my imagination. But it got me thinking about both discussions with you, Mia, as well. I'm thinking about scales that are just on the other side of the state and cases that might help us think a little bit. And so I thought of kind of World Social Forum as just being something to think about, and Cooperation Jackson, and the kind of Jackson plan of building parallel autonomous people's institutions that might scale up, might scale down, et cetera. And so I'm curious if maybe you all could kind of think a little bit about the arguments you're making in relation to those two cases. Then the other question is about, in the context of thinking climate justice and racial capitalism, what is the state university for?
The state university? Oh, like the state university. Okay. No, like Rutgers. Okay, gotcha. I just
Rutgers University, for example.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I just needed help.
Maybe I'll say something about the first one, and then you can jump in. So yeah, I definitely have learned a lot from orgs like Cooperation Jackson, and in general the idea of making kind of parallel autonomous institutions is, I think, a good one and a necessary one. I don't think we're gonna, make it clear to the end of the century without that. I think, however, that I pose those as, or I frame them in my mind as a partial answer to the question of the century, right? Which is not just how do we diminish our reliance on the violent apparatus of the state, but actually how do we do offense against it, right? So the nature of climate crisis, the nature of carbon emissions is such that, the Pentagon's emissions have to stop. It's not just that we have to stop being complicit in the Pentagon's emissions. Like, they actually have to stop, right? That requires us to be invested not just in our participation in the state as a moral matter, but in the continuation of the state as a descriptive matter, at least the present trajectory of the state, right? So parallel institutions can help give us kind of practical alternatives to the state, but if they don't, but as we're seeing with renewable energy, right, practical alternatives can coexist with the thing that they are a potential alternative, right? So installing a solar panel is not the same thing as shutting down a coal mine, right? And you have to those are just two separate objectives that you have to accomplish. So that said, I think a good model to look at for both building alternative institutions and building political power with those alternative institutions to kind of challenge the working of the state is MST in Brazil, the movement of landless workers. I think they've been able to strike I think they've been able to convert one of those kinds of progress into the other kind of progress in a way that we should learn from.
Which question am I answering? What do we do about state universities? What was your question exactly? What is the state university for the context of climate justice? Yeah, wow. I hesitate to venerate in any way any university, even one as great as Rutgers. And I'm grateful to be employed at the one that I'm employed at, the New School. I think the question is important. It makes me think about Fred Moten and Stefano Harney's work again around fugitive planning and the undercommons, which is a critique of the university. But it is not so blind to know that we don't labor and exist within the universe, many of us, within the university. It's what I was saying earlier is to be working within but not of the university. I think there's an incredible amount of opportunity that can be, I mean, I was an EOP kid. My mom and I were street vendors. I mean, we didn't have anything, 3 for $5 panties on the street. So I went to a state university for my undergraduate, SUNY Stony Brook on Long Island. So who am I to say anything bad about any state university, right? I mean, my God, really. At the same time, I don't want to venerate any university, particularly given the debt that students find themselves in. There are homeless and hungry students on every campus across the United States. So that's why I'm struggling a little bit. But when I think about Cooperation Jackson, or I think about the proliferation of CLTs across the world, energy cooperatives across the world, I see a lot of possibility. And when I think about what really excites students, what helps them get through despair and their own cynicism, when they see the older adults like us around them failing them over and over again, I see what excites them. And what excites them is just that kind of pure inquiry, that pure, let's ask questions together and struggle together. And I see that in movements like the CLT movement, like in New York City, the Nicely movement for public land for public good. Imperfect, but so beautiful and powerful. I mean, I could go on. I love Cooperation Jackson. The first time I was exposed to a CLT was when I was doing post-Katrina redevelopment work in Mississippi. And I met someone named Rose Johnson. May she rest in peace. She passed away. She had started a CLT in North Gulfport, in North Gulfport, Mississippi. And I remember learning. I had never heard of what the hell a CLT was. She took me to church. There was a wetlands training in the church. I mean, it was the people had been baptized in the creek. I mean, there was an entanglement there that was just utterly just pedagogical. I didn't have the words, but I have more words now. So in terms of the state, we're entangled with the state. There's no, not for the foreseeable future, we are entangled with the state. So for me, it's less about trying to shrug off the reality of the state and more sinking deeper into the reality of entanglement. If we start there, what kinds of solutions can we create?
Oh, this is a real profound moment. And I'm struck by constructive reparations and by the fact that in society at large today, I still believe, among many intelligent people today, I still believe that reparations to most people is about punishment. And that, I like to say we're living in a new ice age. We're living in a new ICE age, a new ice age. And ice ages tend to change the circumstances of life. And your focus, which I think is so powerful, on what we do in the future rather than repairing what we did in the past while they connect, that is so much more a positive message, a powerful message, a forward-looking message. And maybe you should be a journalist, because public commentary around this issue of moving forward, using this destructive, horrible thing that we're in as a positive motivator for a better future. I'm so glad to hear you today say, thank you, Jack.
We have one more question that I want to take, and so I'm wondering if we should take it together, take the question, and then you finish off by answering both questions, okay?
Trick, So I wasn't going to ask a question, but I wanted to answer one. So you asked, what are state universities for? Whether it's Rutgers or NYU or any of them. And the truth of the matter is that universities were no different than any corporation where they perform extractive measures. Rutgers is definitely one of those that did as well. When the Ramapo Lenape Nation Turtle Clan, myself and my wife Mayte, got involved, at first were being used for extractive purposes, but then what we did was, after we had our smile faces on and our ribbon shirts and ribbon dress, we turned around and we said, okay, now that we have this relationship, right, this relationship has to actually be one that is beneficial to us as well. And so when you're looking at a university, whether it's state or not, or you're looking at the state of New Jersey or the state of Pennsylvania or any other state, all they are is a tool for extraction, right? And it should be it shouldn't be I, me, or mine. It should be ours, we, and us. So what do we, right, as the citizens of this state, have to say about, you know, the state, right? We're the ones who have to stand up. We have to be our parents. We have to be the, you know, the Jack Chen of 1970, right? Where the universities actually cared more about the communities in which they were in and stood up and had that voice, right? Like we're saying with Columbia right now. We have to be the people who stand up for each other. And if we're not willing to do that from the top to the bottom, then we're all gonna get what we have. So, thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Femi. Really appreciate your being with us and engaging with these questions. It's an ongoing question. Thank you, Mia. And for us, this is a chance to begin and to continue talking. And clearly, a lot of times the faculty and students don't have a chance to get together, and we don't have a chance to really sit and continue the discussion. So I think those of us who have been involved in organizing this, we pledge to continue this discussion. And what's that? At 2. Well, yes, at 2, and then after 2 as well. I mean, after 2, yeah. So come back, have lunch, and then we'll come back, and then we'll continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please take your seats. We're going to begin the second half of our programming today. I would like to introduce my colleague and friend, Liz Savchenko, who is the co-director of the Humanities Action Lab here at Rutgers-Newark. And Liz will be moderating the panel for this afternoon. No? Oh, no, that's true. She will be introducing, I'm very sorry. Sorry, Jean-Pierre, sorry. Liz will be Liz will be introducing our panel for this afternoon. So take it away.
Sorry, thank you. My job is not nearly as cool as that. So thank you, Mayte, and thank you to Jack, my co-organizers. Also thank you to Chief Mann for welcoming us into the space this morning. But making this event happen, especially I want to thank the panelists for taking time out of their incredibly urgent work to share their wisdom with us. So really appreciate the folks who are going to be coming up here, occupying these seats in just a minute. So my job that I was asked to do today in this moment is to kind of return us to the question of how this discussion of the morning relates to our work on the ground, and specifically our work here in New Jersey, and to kind of return us to the question of the event itself, which Jack Chen helped us to title What Now? He actually wanted to use some expletives in the title, but we said, remember that? And we were like, let's keep it clean. It's audible. We got like FCC going on here. So so it wound up with several question marks, exclamation points, what now? And so that is a really useful and I thought a great framing because it forces us to ask ourselves, what do we do now, which is sort of, but also what is now? What do we mean by now? And I think, as Femi said this morning, like, how did we wind up in this situation? And so I think it's, important to just take a minute to acknowledge that we may have different experiences or perspectives on what is now. Is everything that we are experiencing unprecedented? We keep hearing that everything is sort of the first time in our lifetimes unprecedented. Or, as Femi suggested, do we have to go all the way back to the Spanish Inquisition? Do we acknowledge the ways that the racism, xenophobia, rampant culture of punishment, tax on the welfare state, these are all sort of core parts of American history with deep historical roots. So actually it's not unprecedented, there's centuries of precedent, actually. Or is it maybe not exactly new, it's still historically rooted, but does this moment give us things that are new things that we have to figure out? Is for instance, dismantling of the state, its agencies, our judiciary, is that forcing us to have to sort of negotiate with the state in a different way? So maybe there are kind of a new set of conditions that require a different response. So what is now? What do we mean by now? How we're experiencing now isn't just a theoretical question because it points us to really different courses of action. And in particular for this whole seminar series and today's discussion, it is thinking about how what we understand is happening now relates to how we want to engage with the past. How we think about then and what came before and what world we want to build from it. So, in other words, what kind of vision of reparations, whether constructive or otherwise, are we fighting for? And I am really excited to be learning from everybody who has gathered here today, both in the audience, but particularly the panelists, because these are really urgent questions for the coalition of about 1,000 community organizers, students, and faculty across about 30 different cities that I help coordinate, called the Humanities Action Lab that Mayte referenced. So we try to imagine a kind of participatory process of research, story sharing, learning, and teaching about local histories and visions for the future as a tool for organizing both within and across communities. So in some ways, this is a kind of process or prefigurative politics, a set of relationships that make up an idea of reparations that both finds like forensic basis in terms of research of harm, but also builds community to redress them. And one of our main projects is Climates of Inequality, which is an ongoing effort that started in 2019, where students, organizers, and other residents of frontline communities collaborate to explore the unique and diverse histories of environmental racism in their localities, past strategies for resistance and resilience, and visions for new systems of care. And I am so grateful to two of our panelists today, Chief Mann and Maria Lopez-Nunez, for working with students and faculty to build and sort of share the stories of New Jersey. The ways that these folks worked with students and faculty involved a lot of different kinds of engagements with the past and research. In each case, there was, in each community local team that we work with, there is a set of students working with community leaders and faculty to explore the histories of toxicity, in the actual ground that the students and the frontline community residents are standing on, looking in archives, or just chatting with a student about getting to learn from the Ironbound Community Corporation longer history of resistance, speaking with people working now, interviewing and learning from them about the fights that they're engaging with, and learning about how to get engaged with policy changes and other movements that are addressing these issues today. We try to connect local stories across, or these community projects across the country, so that in every location, there are these teams of people collaborating together, but also collaborating across locations and learning from each other in sort of virtual ways, sharing stories and experiences and reflections and learning, and also grounded and in-person ways, visiting each other's communities, learning from each other's sites, and we do a lot of work right here in this room, gathering people together. So it's these local collaborations and translocal collaborations that then allow us to feature each of the local stories that teams have created in a collective project that has various digital and physical forms, that opened right here downstairs in this building, and has then traveled and taken different forms and engaged different communities across the country. So I'm also just having an opportunity to share, to remind Chief Mann and Maria that their stories and their work have impacted communities in all of these places. It's in Hartford right now, if anybody wants to go and learn and see. I hope you will. What we try to kind of learn from the environmental justice movement and use principles for democratic organizing in the way that we're engaging with history and memory in the past in all of these principles. It's extremely imperfect, and it's something that we're just aspiring to, but it is something that raises the questions I think that the panelists can help us to answer. So I wanted to let our panelists know and that the work, the framing of sort of how the questions that we all had to ask ourselves about how to address the past have been sort of passed down to a new generation of students and community members that are asking kind of in this moment, what do we want to look to the past for? How can it serve us in the concrete work of just world building? Is it just forensic accounting of what's owed, inspiration from past models of resistance and solidarity? Is it a process of prefigurative politics, a source of ideas for alternative ways of being? And how do we relate to institutions in this moment? So these questions, which are germane to today in this panel, are being asked in all of these different local contexts. And I'll just sort of share two answers that were directly inspired by the work of two of our panelists on this project. So the work on the Ringwood mines inspired a sort of whole track that some of our younger participants are pursuing of community truth. And in the context of sort of the evisceration of science and data and research, trying to promote more participatory science. And just the other day, and I hope everybody will stay for tomorrow, the sort of consecration or blessing of the Price Garden by Chief Mann and Michaeline is something that you all should go to. But in the meantime, we had an event where people were able to bring their soil to be tested by folks from the Newark Water Coalition and get data on to know whether their gardens were safe to eat the produce from. But it was also a way of sort of bringing everyone together and learning how to create this data. Then from the work of Maria Lopez-Nunez and the ICC on this particular project, which was really about alternative visions and trying to promote new ways and new of thinking about how we can pursue this justice together, folks are linking all of their urban gardens and different visions for mutual aid into kind of a new conversation and new projects to sort of project a different way of living and learn from it. So as we go into this afternoon, we're going to sort of celebrate what can be learned from the local and also celebrate the ways we can stand together across communities. So we're focusing here in New Jersey on the panelists here who have deep knowledge of this place and how it relates to other communities across the country. They've been leading struggles for environmental and climate justice in this region for decades, but also have a lot of participation in national leadership and organizing. And at the end of the day, if any of you are still here, there's going to be food left. We hope that you will join us in a discussion of how all of us can look at this from where we stand as faculty, students, organizers, but also how we can stand together. So I'm particularly grateful to Jean-Pierre Butis for agreeing to moderate. And just a little warning, by the time I'm done with like 2 sentences, everybody's gonna be sitting up here, so you might wanna start getting up from your chairs. You know who you are. Jean-Pierre leads, is senior counsel in the Economic Justice Program at the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice, and he's facilitating this discussion. He leads the Institute's reparation advocacy. He's a member of the Reparations Narrative Lab and represented the Institute as a community fellow on the Rutgers-Newark Crafting Democratic Futures Project on community dialogues on reparations. Before joining the Institute, he worked at Legal Services, so he's really come at this from all angles. He represented Bronx tenants facing eviction as part of New York City's Right to Counsel program. He's a graduate of Georgetown University and earned his PhD in African American Studies and his JD from Northwestern. So thank you to Jean-Pierre.
Thank you so much, Liz, and thank you to all the organizers, and thank you so much for Rutgers for having this event, for having the Sawyer Seminar Series. I really appreciate it. One of the things that Mia brought up in invoking the great Stuart Hall was this idea of the historical conjuncture, and obviously at this particular moment, having a discussion of reparations at the university is itself an act of resistance, which is incredibly important, right? And so I just wanted to flag that. I will introduce our panelists, and then afterwards, I will just make some brief announcements, have a comment, and I'll give you a sense of how the panel will go, all right? And so first, Chief Mann is the Turtle Clan chief of the Ramapo Lenape Nation in New Jersey, New York. Chief Mann has held the title of Turtle Clan chief for approximately 12 years. For the past 5 years, he has worked with the NYU Environmental Studies Department. In that time, he participated in the construction and implementation of a community health survey focused on identifying and addressing health concerns within his community. Chief Mann has been at the forefront of the New Jersey environmental justice movement, where he has worked to protect the water supply of 4 million people and advocated for the community living in close proximity to the Ringwood Mines Superfund site. He and clan mother Micheline Picaro Mann founded the Muncie Three Sisters Medicinal Farm in 2020. Maria Lopez-Nunez is co-founder of Agency, an environmental justice firm implementing winning regenerative strategies for frontline communities of color, and is on the board of the Climate Justice Alliance, born in Honduras and raised in the Black and brown communities of New York and New Jersey. While deputy director at the Ironbound Community Corporation, Maria played a vital role in the passage of the Environmental Justice Bill, the most powerful in the United States, fighting the cumulative impacts of pollution. She launched the, quote, Stop Shitting on Newark, unquote, campaign, blocking construction of a sludge processing plant and the fourth power plant in the city. In 2021, President Biden appointed Maria to the White House Environmental Justice Advisory Council. She is now, I can say proudly, on the Environmental Justice Committee of the New Jersey Reparations Council. And also on our panel this afternoon, we've got Olúfẹ Táíwò, who you all know, hopefully. All right. So as part of this panel, I will ask Maria and Chief Mann 2 questions. Olúfẹ will respond after they get a chance to respond. And then after we have that discussion, we will sort of open it up to the audience and have a dialogue, and I'll give you a little bit more detail about that. In terms of some of the brief remarks I would like to make, I just want to give you some couple of announcements, and then I will just make one brief comment. So on June 19th, and as the convener of the New Jersey Reparations Council, I would be remiss if I didn't tell you all this. On June 19th, we are releasing the New Jersey Reparations Council final report, which will be a series of recommendations. And for those of you who are not aware, the New Jersey Reparations Council is a committee or task force of scholars, activists, and advocates here in New Jersey and from around the country, including Mia White, Maria. It's co-chaired by Khalil Gibran Muhammad and Tajin Henderson from Rutgers. There are many Rutgers faculty on our council. You can go to njreparationscouncil.org to find out more. And on June 19th, we will release our set of recommendations and our what some folks will call a harm report. It's supported by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And to be honest with you, I think we, in many ways, take a step, if not a leap forward from many other task forces. Because we are a private task force as opposed to a government one, we can be more ambitious in our policy recommendations than what we've seen previously on reparations task forces. Also, and it's going to be here in Newark at the Jersey Performing Arts Center in the evening, free and open to the public. This coming May 15th in New York City, there will be a mayoral candidate forum on reparations. Also that weekend will be a reparations march, a rally in DC, organized by NCOBRA, which is the longstanding National Coalition for Blacks and Reparations. And it will bring together reparations advocates from around the country. And then also, I want to give a shout out to my colleagues over at the Bliss Collective, who work on Black land back and reparations. They work on bringing together those two movements and doing narrative change work by bringing those two movements together. And they produced videos as well as other media demonstrating the power of how those two movements can make radical change. So they're doing important work there. And I can announce that the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice is one of the founding collective members of that membership organization. So I'm happy to announce that. And just briefly in terms of a comment, you know, I think just to help contextualize this for some of you is that since the George Floyd uprising, we've seen what we can call a professionalization of reparations advocates and work. So, you know, to be self-aware, my job and I exist only as a result of the work done by protesters and people organizing for centuries around reparations, but in the immediate aftermath of the George Floyd uprising. And so you see funders, foundations funding this work. So previously people who were organizing around reparations would do this on a volunteer basis as their side job, so to speak, right? As opposed to doing this full time. And so people like me can do reparations work full time in this moment and see a proliferation of these kinds of advocates around the country. And as part of this work, I was asked in about 3.5 years ago to become a, quote, expert on reparations. Even though I had read on slavery and colonialism and things like that, I had not read on reparations. And so I started reading on reparations, and not just blog posts, but books and articles. And in doing that, you know, I came across some key text, and I can, you know, give you two kind of brackets of the work. Most of the work is either what I would call an economism, like, you know, and sometimes people use that as a phrase to critique a kind of crude Marxism, whereas he kind of is reductionist of a certain kind of Marxism. But I'll use economism here in the sense that the reparations gets reduced to closing the racial wealth gap, and it's economists who kind of make this argument. And then there's this kind of legalistic kind of approach where reparations is understood primarily in its legal arguments and grounding it in legal authority and making the case for reparations and using it as a kind of litigation kind of case, right? And it narrows reparations as a project. It displaces the politics of reparations and obscures the kind of black radical politics of reparations and its history of the Black Archive. And so when I came across Olúfẹmi's book over 3 years ago now, you know, one of the things that it spoke to me because it spoke in the language that I was familiar with and which I was trained in the African American Studies Department, the Black Studies Department at Northwestern. Táíwò invokes the late Charles Mills, who was on my dissertation committee. The way in which I was trained to think by political theorists like Barnard Hesse, the late Richard Iden, and many others in that department. The way in which Táíwò thinks about the scale of reparations at the global level. His intervention for thinking about the Black radical tradition in relation to reparations is incredibly important. So I urge you to read it if you have not, all right, because it, in some ways, is a departure from so much of the work which has this kind of constrained and limited understanding of an approach to reparations. So if you have an opportunity to do read and work on reparations, I would say take up Olúfẹmi's book, right? It's an important intervention. And it also, reason why it resonated with me, because when talking to reparations advocates around the country, many of them thought about reparations in this constructive view as this kind of future-oriented project, right? Which, as Robin D.G. Kelly and others have always pointed out, that Black people have always had this association of reparations with freedom, right? This expansive, future-oriented thinking way. So I just wanted to raise that and the importance of that. And also I wanted to, you know, so much of what Mia and Olúfẹ were talking about earlier resonated with me because, you know, I think about the global racial empire. I think about, to invoke Barnard Hesse's idea, the idea that race is instituted through colonialism, and thinking about, we're thinking about things like place. I want to invoke the poet, the Caribbean poet Edouard Glissant, who talks about the West is not a place, but a particular project. And that project is where a particular kind of relation exists, the relation of power, and that relation of power is race, where it's instituted through colonialism globally, right? And what reparations is trying to do is to free the colonized from that particular relation in which that imposition. Barnard Hesse would always talk about this particular quote from Eric Wolf, Europe and the People Without History. He would talk about the categories of Indian and Negro, right? Those categories are colonial categories, impositions, a way for the colonizer to account for the particular relation of power that he had imposed, an accounting practice to say, okay, the Indians are those who were colonized in the Americas, and the Negroes who are those who were enslaved. It was a particular way to account for that relation, right? And we forget that kind of imposition of power there. And that's being obscured in so much of the work around reparations to be constrained in either legalistic or economism. So I just wanted to raise that. So yeah, and getting to the questions, and And I think, to be modest, I hope the work of the council is within the tradition of so many have laid down around this kind of Black radical tradition about this kind of future-oriented vision. And we try to, it's about experimentation, right? We are experimenting. It's an attempt to take that step forward, and we hope that others can follow in this step to experiment around that work. So the question I have first for Chief Mann, okay. So the question I have for Chief Mann first, and then for Maria, if you could step in, is what visions for how we need to organize in the coming, how does environmental justice work in New Jersey resonate with you or challenge the ideas presented in the morning?
Before I ask you to repeat that question, I just want to say that the indigenous people of this land were also enslaved, and for all intents and purposes, we still are, right? We're at the bottom of the bottom. And, when you look around this room, right, we're taught that what the word indigenous means is this person, but in reality, every single person in here is an indigenous person. And, we weren't just the people who were colonized, we were the people that were enslaved and still are, right? So if you could repeat that, I would appreciate it.
No, I appreciate that point. And that's why I want to shout out again my colleagues at the Bliss Collective who are trying to weave together those narratives so we think about the project colonialism and slavery as one project that's supposed to be separate. And thinking about the enslavement of Native Americans and indigenous populations, and thinking about the colonization as part of that single process. And so the question, I'll repeat it, and I said it quickly, sorry about that, is how does your environmental justice work in New Jersey resonate with or challenge the ideas presented in the morning?
Boy. So first of all, I think that there is a lack of environmental justice within the state of New Jersey. I only say that from the perspective of who we are as a Ramapo Lenape Nation Turtle Clan, because I know that there are communities throughout the state of New Jersey who have really witnessed environmental justice, right? And for us, it has been nothing but environmental injustice, just like it's been social injustice, just like when we hear, the talkings of reparations, right? All of those things that are talked about, the indigenous native people of this land is often left out, and we're just a passing by part of an acronym, and he's an incredible human being right here, but even he left out the indigenous people up on the slides, right? And it's not something that, it's not like nothing is purposeful, right? For us human beings, above this level, it is very purposeful, right? When the ivory towers were created, the things that they did was very purposeful. The taking of the lands, to the narrative of what you were going to learn when you went to school, and maybe you were given a certain option, but you're taught in a colonialistic way, right? And from me to all of you is that you need to decolonize your minds and get back to who you are, to then take that knowledge that they have given you and use it, right? And you take that and you use it against those very people who have enslaved us all. So, thank you. Sorry, Maria.
No, that was concise, Hey, everybody. Can you repeat the question? It was like a long question.
All right. The other question was even longer. So
Okay. How about you hit me with them both?
All right.
See if I can get my mind around it.
How does your environmental justice work in New Jersey resonate with or challenge the ideas presented this morning?
Okay. Got it. I think, right. Yeah, right? See, that sounds like I was waiting for more. All right. So I worked with Ironbound for 10 years. I just left, okay? So I'm speaking in the past, to be clear. I moved to a little bit of more of a national perch. But in the morning, honestly, I was really trying to reckon with it because I definitely am a pretend philosopher, and I majored in philosophy, but school was not for me. So I was really trying to like keep up, and like dialected this that. I was like, okay. I would never, I don't know that would fly at any of our community meetings, or that would be compelling, and so I definitely just want to issue that challenge. That's how I felt challenged in the morning. Like, God damn, I know they're saying very important things, they're deep as hell, but I don't think they're gonna move anyone to do anything necessarily. Like, the people that we need moved, right? The people that, and I think Chloe brought up a great question, right, of like what are the obstacles between folks, and sometimes when I'm in academic spaces, I hear the obstacles being, people are poor, they need like access to more resources to get out on the street, they need child care, or their limited education. It's always so condescending. I'm also like, people need a better story. Like when we did the campaign to stop shitting on Newark, it was just very clear, right? There was no academic language there. Stop shitting on Newark, because there was a sludge plant, which then tried to call itself a bio-solid plant or whatever. They were trying to change the language, upping it up. The head of development there had been quoted in the newspaper that they came to Newark and decided to pick our city because they followed the feces, right? They were comfortable enough to say that they came to a predominantly black and brown city because they followed the feces here, Very convenient. Also not factually incorrect, because in Newark, we are home to the largest sewage treatment facility on the East Coast, right? It actually deals with the feces of 12 different states. So I'm talking about, I'm gonna get nasty here, but I'm talking about other states barging in, their waste, their human waste, their chemical waste, their industrial waste, barging it in to the city of Newark so that this city can deal with it. So in that way, of course, very like with the panel this morning, it is about land, right? It is about, of course, we can, again, I'm not at all an academic. I could pretend one. But when we start talking about redlining and why Newark is in the spot that it is, I think about the suburbs and the fact that none of the suburbs have zoning, heavy industrial zoning around us. So of course, by the law, everything's gonna come to Newark. Now, I really resonated with the themes of the state. Because I often get frustrated in our movements, how we don't really contest for power. I have grave critiques, right, of this idea that we're just gonna opt out. We're just gonna go and make our ideal relationships over here, and we're gonna have our commune over here with our collectives and, our worker cooperatives, and we're gonna be fine. I'm like, if we decide that that's the path, that's good. And I think some of y'all should do it if that's where your heart is. For me, my heart is in the millions of people that are in our communities. We can't just leave them behind because I woke up and I decided that the shit wasn't good enough for me. And, if you can opt out, great for you, but recognize that is a privilege. I think that we are, I'm gonna try to enmeshed, right? I'm trying to pick up vocabulary here, but we are completely entangled with each other. And our destinies are woven together. And that includes poor white people. That in environmental justice, they're completely ours. Like we're responsible for their destiny, and in some ways they are for ours, even if they haven't always realized it, right? And so that goes with all marginalized people, right? I do think the promise of environmental justice and that work is about us having responsibility for each other, not just saying the right words, but I'm responsible for what happens to you. And to be responsible, I have to challenge power. And I need to have, when we talk about democracy, we often do wash our hands of it. Or we have a great critique about telling people to vote. I'm like, telling people to vote, yeah, sure, like that's the baseline, but could we get people out to city council meetings, Can we get people participating? Yeah, so I have a lot more thoughts, but that's, kind of where the work is. It's deep here. It's deep here in the city of Newark and our relationship where, this is a deep relationship that this city has with the Lennon Lape folks and everything that happened at the Superfund site. I mean, we're talking about the water that we drink. And so if I don't take responsibility and show up for Chief Mann, then I'm not showing up for myself, because there's no way to escape that intertangled destiny.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Maria, for that, and thank you, Chief Mann, as well. I want to give Olúfẹ an opportunity to respond to you both, but thank you for getting to that level of granularity and specificity. And I would just push back on one thing that you said, in the sense that you said that you were not a philosopher. I think sometimes we need to expand our idea of what a philosopher is. I remember last year sitting here and Marcus Anthony Hunter, who coined the phrase Black Lives Matter, he would invoke philosophers, and the philosophers he would invoke in the Black Royal tradition were people like Bob Marley, right? Singers. And when we think about, Chief Mann invoked the present absence and absent presence of indigenous people in our thinking, in our lives, right? And so I think we need to think about what is, the blues is maybe the most philosophical of philosophies in the U.S., right? And so I think we do need to think about, where is the philosophy that is there to change the world really coming from, and it's not just academic philosophy. But I do want to give Olúfẹ an opportunity to respond to both of you.
Yeah, thanks both. I'll be quick so that we have time to keep going, but I guess just two things to say. So first, Chief Mann, I think this is a hazard of my particular training that maybe is call for further decolonizing or questioning some of the ways that some of the habits, I guess, that you've fallen into. But there's a way that when you're talking about abstract things like reconstructing an environment, the specific people that have been trampled on to make this environment kind of fall out of the picture, right? And that definitely includes indigenous folks here. So I think, that's something I take the point. I should be better about naming specific people, specific nations. And Maria, I think on the one hand, I definitely hear what you're saying as far as like there's a way that talking about some practical options or practical obstacles to people getting more involved in politics can be condescending, right? We gotta lay out the red carpet for you to get involved. But I guess the thing that I'm worried about on the other side is there's a way that's just unfair to like not recognize the other things. So there's probably a better middle ground in between expecting people to, do 5 jobs worth of work and expecting nothing from people, right? There's middle ground in between there to strike. But I think the way that I think about that middle ground is just tactical, right? People have whatever their interests are. People have whatever their time availability is, and like, what's the thing that we can do, to make it easier for people to participate in politics? You had a good example of just simpler narrative, right? Stop shitting on Newark. We know that we don't want that to happen. It's a simple, direct message. But I think we can think about that not just at the level of messaging, but can we bus people to the protest? I don't know. Can we help people out to try to get them on our side and not just lecture them for not already being there, which I think I'm guessing you already do, but that's just how I'm thinking about it.
Thanks so much, Olúfẹ. The next question I have for Chief Mann and Maria, and Chief Mann, I know you're currently at NYU, and Maria, you work with Rutgers University, and I think this kind of question when we're here obviously at Rutgers, this question will resonate with both of you, given the dialogue that we've had before. Is in many ways some of these institutions are crumbling, all right, given where we are. Institutions of the old world, universities, the state, the government, nonprofits. What is their role at this moment? What does it look like to work with them at this moment? And what does it look like to work without them?
Well, I mean, you know, when we think about those institutions, and quite frankly, we work with every single one in the state of New Jersey and several in New York City. It just goes back to what I was saying earlier, you know, when I was responding to a question that one of the gentlemen had that was sitting over there. You know, this is the opportunity that we need to seize upon to remind those people who are in those academic schools that the way to move forward, which is with the voice and the knowledge of the people, right, that they are speaking about. So if we're looking at Rutgers and say that we see that what's happening in Washington, D.C. is causing Rutgers to stop doing certain things, then we as community recognized people stand up and begin to be more proactive in those scenarios. You know, the state, at the state level, right? So if we see that there's an opportunity for us, the ones that consider ourselves to be from the community of New Jersey, right? Not necessarily the community of the Turtle Clan, not necessarily the community of Newark or of some even more affluent areas. It is really true. We need to be the people, right, who are rising to the level that these other folks from our state have found themselves at. The thing is that when you get to that level, you also have to understand that it isn't yours, right? You don't own the bank account, right? You don't own the legislature. You don't own my family, right, or your family. And that is what I see as one of the most prolific issues that is out there, right? We shouldn't be arguing about the fact that Newark needs help, right? We shouldn't be arguing about the fact that the Turtle Clan needs to live in a new place after 64 years, right? And list all of the people who are a part of that problem, because what does that do for us, right? We have to always acknowledge the past, and we heard it earlier, right? But how do we take that and move it forward, right? We acknowledge the past, we learn those mistakes, and what we do is collectively come together for a better future for all human beings. When I said Ilongot Matit, all my relations or all my relatives, right? Most people don't understand what that is, but when I say that I'm Lenape, does anybody in this room know what Lenape means? Oh, you do? Want to say it? Yeah, what does the word Lenape mean? Oh, no. So the word Lenape means human being. So when Chief Mann says that we're all on this boat together, we need to be. One of the issues that I see is that we have too many, and the question came up earlier too, we have too many acronyms, or we say, okay, activist, and now you're not an activist, you're an advocate, right? We need to get away from those things, because all the way back in the day, right, the Black Panthers were people that were standing up for their human rights, right, and their civil rights. And then all of a sudden the federal government says, oh, wait a minute, we're going to turn them into a militia, right? And then all of a sudden they were pinpointed. It was like calling the Lenape Indians living next to the Delaware River Delaware Indians. They knew exactly where to go to take them out, right? So we need to stop putting those labels on ourselves. We need to come together as the humans that we all are, and then collectively we can move forward, right? Because we're all searching for the same thing. And the way that we need to get there is by doing it together. I need him to speak for us. I need you to speak for us. I, in turn, am speaking for you all. The other day, just real quick, so the other day, last Saturday, my wife and I were invited to a gathering at the Jacob Sloat's house at Harmony Hall in Sloatsburg. The people who were there were from, it was Prime Minister Mayte, right? He is the Prime Minister of the African Union, right? So that's all those countries, right? He was sitting right here. And then there was the ambassador to the UN. He was sitting right there. And then there was the ambassador from Angola to the United States, and they were sitting right here. And the reason why they were here on this land was because they were acknowledging and wanted to recognize the Ramapo-Lenape Nation, right, as the people who protected the enslaved people who came here from Angola and all the other countries in Africa that came here, and when they got free, they came where? They came to the Munsee-speaking people who provided them with protection and honor and treated them with respect. We didn't enslave people from Africa, but the 5 civilized tribes did, right? How civilized was that? Because it wasn't civilized. They were the ones who chose to take on colonialism and have China and crystal and, you know, pigs and a goat and a cow, when all of us were sitting here saying, hey, wait a minute, right? Something's going on here, you know? So if you take what I'm saying and you put it in that complete perspective, right, that's what needs to happen. That's what needs to change. Our involvement with Rutgers or Newark or Columbia or Princeton, Montclair State University, NJIT, all of those schools, we have made it so that our engagement with them, us coming into their classroom, being a part of what gets created, getting that document in the beginning before the kids start, I forget the name of it. What do you call those things you guys make? Huh? Wait. Yeah, right? And so, but those kids come to our farm for 2 weeks. Those kids go with Michaeline out into the woods looking at our ceremonial stone landscapes to get them protected. The way that those kids have engaged learning in a 4-wall room after that is incredible, right? We have to be able to give our kids the education which suits them the best, not which suits us the best, you know, so thank you.
I'm gonna have to answer now, right? The question you said, yeah, and I got you. All right, let's see. You, the state, the university. Was there anybody else there?
Nonprofits.
Oh yeah, nonprofit. Oh come on, they gotta get their atonement, right? Okay, so thinking about, for me, I mean, I think it's not the best of times, but is it exciting times? You know, I do think it's a little bit of exciting times. Things are happening. I was at dinner the other day and people are like, we need a revolution. I'm like, didn't one just happen? It's just not our revolution. But it seems like a revolution happened. You know, it's a neutral word that does not always belong to us. And by the way, I aspire to be a philosopher. I said I'm not an academic, you know, because I'm not going to be like quoting the author page number. I can't keep my brain like that. But thinking about the times that we're in, I mean, I was really sitting with, look, I just came around to government like in the last 4 years, right? Obviously. I know I'm not supposed to identify myself that way, but I identify as an organizer, not an activist, because I'm like, it was actually my job, you know, like I wasn't doing it for fun, like getting mad and like going out there. I was like, I better have a strategy if I'm an organizer, right? Because there's some responsibility inherent to it. I can't just be rebel rousing for fun because I think that's irresponsible. But in thinking about the government, which again, like my learnings had to just keep happening on the job, if you will. But as an organizer, I just got around to the fact that like government are people, right? Like our government's not this abstract thing over there, and it is a system, but it's a system filled of individuals who make individual choices, which I might never really understand the reasoning for. You know, like I try to think about, is it like their interest, you know, are they just wanting a comfortable job? And I guess what I learned in the last 4 years that I had such a great opportunity to engage more directly with government, like workers, and I'm not talking about politicians who are on all sides, I think, often trying to manipulate us, but I'm talking about government workers who at the end of the day, most of the folks I talked to, they went into it with some ideals, right? Like, I saw, I guess, a reflection of myself. I was on the outside with my ideals and the way that I think the world should be and what I can do to be of service. But they had the same thing, kind of, right? Even if that I didn't fundamentally agree with how they were carrying out their jobs, they went in with a purpose, and then the system, you know, kind of absorbed them, grinded them up, crushed their soul a lot of times. And now what I'm seeing, right, like folks that were being told, I hope that they're traumatized when they go to work. Like, that's something the administration officials were saying. I felt a lot of compassion for folks that, from all walks of life, right, from all political backgrounds, just wanted to go to work to serve folks. And I think in a lot of ways, you know, it made me reflect on my own cynicism of when I say, you know, like, forget the government, when I'm like kind of saying like we need something new, how I was kind of dehumanizing like all those people. I wasn't seeing them necessarily, but I guess what I was thinking is how much in our communities, in our world, we don't really know what government does, okay? Like, how much do we really understand all the services within a government? Because as bad as it is, I mean, I'm from Honduras, right? Like, we have one road in my country, like, that goes up and down. And so you need to get somewhere. It's not relatively far, but it is going to take you 5 hours, right? Because there's one road and it's not all paved, and we get, you know, a wet season. Here, we don't have that. And I think in a lot of ways, I feel like it feels controversial, but we're kind of comfortable, right? Like, even if the school system is failing, like, there is a school building, like, and government does that to some extent, right? Like, government, through this, they've made it too complicated, like how it gets funded, who is responsible for what. There's too many administrators. I do agree on all levels. Same for the university. I look at the professors, and if you, and I know the academics in this room know me, I'm always like taking jabs at academia. And that's just more personal, because I was made to feel mad dumb as a kid. So I haven't healed, if you will. You know, I'm going to continue with my pettiness until it feels better. But, you know, like, academics I've met are really cool people. You know, like, I could be friends with them. I have some of my best friends are academics, quite frankly. And so, you know, yeah, like, there is like a level of like the people that do the work, both in government and in academia. And then there's become this weird bureaucratic level of administrators who, quite frankly, are like politicians. Like, they're in some ways using all these people who do and perform that labor and like extracting from them when it's convenient, going to fundraise. And we know the academics and the government workers, they don't have the resources to do their damn job. Right? And so, like, there is this layer of kind of uselessness up here on both systems. And I think that layer of uselessness often ends up perpetuating that, like, injustice and that racism that we then see enacted in communities. So, like, I've kind of started thinking about, like, yo, there's mad people that we could organize with there, right? To start looking bottom up and taking their control back of their labor. Because maybe we don't need all these, like, people up there who are just kind of using everyone's labor to their benefit, you know, and they're getting well paid to do what exactly? I'm not sure. So that's where I am a little bit on all that. And they unfortunately make rules. When in environmental justice, I'm always like, who's most deeply impacted should help make those rules, right? Like, and so it's not the professors voting for how the university does things. You know, it's not the workers at EPA or the Department of Education who know their craft, who went in with great intentions, who get to decide a lot of the useless programming that is kind of enacted on them. And, you know, then they feel complicit to carry out. So, I don't know. That's where I'm at today. Catch me tomorrow. Who knows?
Well, thank you so much, Maria. And thank you, Chief Mann. I want to give Olúfẹ an opportunity to respond.
Yeah, I mean, I can't put it better than y'all two just did now, but I will just add one thing, jumping off both of those points. You know, if we think of the state, you know, this abstract thing, as being built out of people, and we see ourselves as connected to them, right? Maybe don't all agree all the time, but, you know, I think we can have a more compassionate look at even the bad stuff the state does, you know. It takes workers, national workers, to keep the lights on, to check the milk for, for pathogens or to get fired from doing that. But, all these people may be part of something that's doing, maybe part of a machine that's doing bad things, but a lot of them come into it trusting that the people directing the machine are sending them to do good things. A lot of them joined the EPA because they thought, we should have clean water. And, they don't look into the question of where they're getting sent to check the water and where they're not getting sent, right? Because that's above their quote unquote pay grade. So I totally agree, both that there's something powerful about looking at each other as fellow humans. There's something powerful about that connectedness. And this is an opportunity to really make good on that. A lot of, check out Federal Workers United, right? Like a lot of those people who are organizing now are saying these same kinds of things in response to the administration devaluing their labor, trying to traumatize them. And I think as we fight to get the good things back, like checking for pathogens in the water and milk and such, that opens the door to having these deeper questions. What would a state that was actually invested in environmental justice do? What would those workers be in charge of? Where would they get sent? What would they be checking? I think there's space to ask those questions as we fight to keep basic public services.
I just want to say, give you an example of what you're saying, right? And this is a extremely sad thing to even acknowledge, but a bunch of years ago, when we were still having citizen advisory group meetings in Ringwood with the EPA, I had asked the Department of Health from the state of New Jersey and the environmental justice coordinator at that time. She refused for 7 years, and the health department refused for a year. And then they said, well, Chief Mann, we'll come to your church and we'll talk to the community. So they did. And I don't remember the gentleman's name who was heading that, but he had red hair. And when he came into our church, he made the commitment to us that they would do a health survey based on our input, not based on the census record, right, from the ATSDR saying, oh, well, you got to search this whole entire thing and you can't get a record. So in the end, it took a year. And when it was coming close to the year, I sent an email. And I'm like, hey, where is this thing? Oh, Chief Mann, I was just getting ready to get a hold of you because I need your your home address to send out the health study. And 2 weeks goes by. I don't get nothing in the mail. So I send another email. Oh, Chief, and this is the truth. This is exactly what it said. Hey, Chief Mann, I was just getting ready to reach out to you again. My boss decided that it needed to go through one more peer review. That was in April of that year. And the one more peer review, right, was the stripping of all of the information that would be in there that would say, oh my God, right? That's a Holocaust. That's a eugenics still going, right? That is the Vineland Training School still doing that eugenics with Cold Spring Laboratory on the unwanted people of the Ramapo Mountains where eugenics was started. That's my ancestors, my family. That girl who took over that spot, who was made to give me that information, in talking to her, the reason why she got into epidemiology, right, was because it was a white girl. She was probably in her 20s. She graduated school, became an epidemiologist, got a job with the state of New Jersey. And the reason why she became an epidemiologist is because she grew up in her community in a Superfund site in the state of New Jersey. She got that job with the state of New Jersey. Unfortunately, her first job was to, right, to do this health survey for us. And in the end, I can only imagine how she felt inside, right? Because I can tell you how she felt outside, because when she came to that CAG meeting that night to offer that report, there was 300 Ramapos in there, and that girl left crying. And I felt really bad because I knew the backstory, right? So what you're saying is 100% fact. And it's because those states or those towns or counties or the federal government or universities don't want to own what they've been a part of creating, right? Whether they were a part of creating it or didn't do anything about it, right? The state of New Jersey cannot afford to say that from 1964 to 2025 that the water that has been sent around northern New Jersey being claimed as the most beautiful water in the world has been tainted, and that all of the people who have been drinking that water have some kind of illness from it for a long period of time. It builds up in your body, right? They can't afford to do that because we can't have pandemonium like that in the state of New Jersey. But in reality, that's what it should be, right? So how does the state of New Jersey fix that, knowing, and we don't want to see that, right? We don't want to see complete chaos and anarchy and burning of buildings and all that stuff. But it doesn't mean that they can't do things to fix it. Acknowledge it, right? Put a reverse osmosis system at the Wanakee Reservoir. It doesn't matter how much it costs, right? How much is your life worth? You know, more than mine. You know, that's how I look at it. And so I just wanted to give you that because that is so tangible, you know. It's like the shirt that we're wearing. You know it's a shirt. You know it's there because it's real. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Mann, for that. And before we open it up to Q&A for all of you, I do want to give the panelists an opportunity to ask a question of one another if you have one question. And if you have a follow-up question for Chief Mann or for Maria or for Olúfẹ, please. And then we'll move on to opening up to the audience.
Who do you believe would be the best governor to be elected in November, who is going to cherish our values, who is going to listen with both their ears to move forward? So I'm just going to give you two of them, which right now, well, I'll give you three, right? And we're going Lord live, right? One of those is Josh Gottheimer. Josh Gottheimer does not need to be the governor of the state of New Jersey because that man is our representative in Congress for Ringwood, New Jersey, has never done a thing for our people. Two, unfortunately, Mikey Sherrill. She has not done anything for the Turtle Clan in northern New Jersey, which, when I'm saying this is also representing 6 million people who rely on the Wanakee Reservoir for their drinking water, not 4 anymore. And then the last one is the mayor of this town. And I am a person, I'm a human being who lives in the confines of this state, whose ancestors were here before everyone else's. And when you are going to be standing up, saying that you're going to do all these things for all of these people who live here, it should be the person who is standing up saying they're going to care for every single one of the people in the state of New Jersey. Now, we're not just going to be doing it for the workers. We're not going to be just doing it for the healthcare people. We're not going to be just doing it for the farmers. We're not going to be just doing it for the people who are homeless. We're going to do it for everybody. And if whoever is going to run for the governor of this state of New Jersey who doesn't recognize that they need to take care of every single human being and our environment and our water, then we will pull 50,000 Native Americans who live in the state of New Jersey and all of our friends and all of our families, and we have the ability to sway an election. Because when you asked about those things earlier, right, they need to understand this is our state. We all live in it. We are choosing you to be the person who's supposed to be up there to protect us, to care for us, to make this a healthy place. And if you're not willing to do it, and if you don't care about human rights, forget civil rights, right? If you don't care about human rights, then you shouldn't be a leader. And I tell you, that can go all the way to Washington, D.C., and anywhere else where those people are leading that don't recognize that. Because we are not the minorities in any state, right? The minority is the people who are running it. And we need to understand that. So that's my question. You can give me your answers as you see fit after that.
But
just think about me being Owella, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
Owella would say, you make sure you tell me the truth, girl. He'll grab you by the ear.
You're not gonna. I can't vote, so it doesn't matter what my opinion is. I don't have the ability to vote, so just clarifying that up front. And I do not work for a non-for-profit either, okay? I'm speaking in my individual capacity. But hold up, though. I do want to clarify the question. Did you say who is qualified, but then it responded with all who's not?
I just told you the three that shouldn't be.
That shouldn't be. Okay, okay. Yeah, I hear that. Okay, look, I know, the friendly disagreement here. Because I see what this kind of like, so, I don't know. This is so tough, right? Because I saw a lot of my friends, election after election, rip people apart because nobody was good enough, because no one will be good enough. Because in a lot of ways, who we're waiting for to save us is not coming. I fundamentally believe that only the people can save the people, And so in that sense, like, I don't think we elect, again, with this understanding of government, like when we elect president after president, I hear everybody's disappointment. It's almost like their savior didn't come, the person that they thought would be a superhero didn't come and do everything that they wanted them to, right? But they failed in this, that, and the other. Oh my God, they didn't save us. And I'm just like, first off, we're not gonna get saved by someone in 4 years or 8 years after our whole human history of complete savagery, when I look at the histories of humans, it doesn't brood well or make me feel good in my bones, right? So just holding that. And then again, if the people are going to save the people, regardless of who gets elected, I'm always like, who's like the least bad? And I do go for the lesser of evils, because I'm just kind of like, that's what it is. They're politicians. I mean, what compels a person, and this, I'm a little introverted. When I'm I do my job, but I'm introverted. I don't want to make eye contact. I want to be in the corner of a room. And so I don't know what would compel a person to want to be in front of others, hailing themselves as a great hero and savior of men. I don't get it. I don't get what would drive a person into politics. And so I'm like, whatever that character flaw is that drives you into politics, you got it. Like, do you have humanity sometimes is what I look for in my elected official. Like, have I seen glimmers of humanity in them? Have I seen that public pressure works? I don't want someone that doesn't care what anyone thinks. I don't know that is real. People want to pretend to be tough, whatever. We're humans. We care what people think. But I definitely want someone that cares what people think. And so that's the type, these are the qualities I look for in my elected officials. That feels controversial to even say. And then I see, can they change? Because ultimately the government I want is a humble government. I want people to just admit you fucked up. Like, that's okay. And we hold elected officials to such a tight standard that they can never admit that they're wrong, because they're going to be villainized, and they're scared that if they admit that they were wrong, us, who they're really scared of, admitting that they're wrong will be the thing that sets us all off and actually pushes them out. And so as the people, how do we change that, right? As the people who are, who are community people, how do we make it so that saying you were wrong is okay, and then give people the chance, or government and elected officials the chance to make it up to us through reparations, through right to counsel, through healthcare, better education for folks, and the things that, regardless again of what side of the political spectrum you're on, we want our basic needs met. We want a good social safety net. And for some of us, we're way behind on that. So, you know, we want to get a parity, of course. Like, I get that. But yeah, that I'm not giving an answer here because, like I said, I can't vote. And I am trying to say, like, we have to hold people accountable. And sometimes I do think that we get a little self-destructive, right? Because, like, even my thing with, like, education, like, I'm going to keep digging because it feels good. Because of our cynicism in politics, we keep saying no one is good enough. And guess what? To other people watching and listening, they want to disengage too. And when you all disengage, I already know that money matters more than people. But when we're all disengaged, money matters even more. We actually make the value of the corporate dollar go up because now there's no resistance on the other side. Now it is easier to buy your politicians because you all decided it wasn't worth it to show up. Because, you know, F those people, they're not going to listen to me anyway. And I think it kind of becomes, in a lot of ways, a self-fulfilling prophecy that those of us with platforms need to take a little bit of stock of how we use our voice. And what I want to use my voice for is to encourage engagement. And I don't care if I don't like your opinion, but please engage. Like, engage because otherwise we're all at risk. So that's how I'll answer your incredibly hard question. And I do have a soft spot for the mayor. You know, I've seen him go through a range of things. I have a soft spot, so I'll admit to that.
Sure. So I'll
Not built for Jersey.
I'll answer. I'll answer and not answer at the same time because one, I am not a New Jersey resident. In actual, I live in New York. That's one. Two, I do work for a 501c3. So even if I do say my personal capacity, I don't want to. But Chief Mann, to your earlier point, right? You talked about that young woman who there was the young woman in her institutional capacity, and then there was a young woman in her personal capacity, right? And I do sometimes think that will be overlooked at sometimes with elected officials, right? And to Maria's point, right? Unfortunately, you know, because of Citizens United, money is the equivalent of a vote, right? And we don't have the kind of responsive government that we should have, right? And I think one of the things that we want to think about is in electing an official who is going to be more responsive than others, right? Sometimes the circumstances can shape an elected official when they didn't see themselves in that way. And I think of, you know, FDR as an example. FDR is not perfect, but FDR did not go in being the FDR that he became, right? And this person, right, we are on a particular moment in which New Jersey and Virginia are seen as a bellwether for whether we're moving toward authoritarianism or not, even though many would argue that we are already there. But this person might see like the situation has put themselves in a situation where they've got to be an avatar for a certain kind of politics, a certain kind of resistance to the current administration. And they might do certain things or be responsive to certain things that they wouldn't be because of they need to act against what is happening at the federal level. And they might be open to movements on the ground pushing them in a certain kind of way. And I do think, to your point about what is like the threshold or baseline that we're looking for in terms of a candidate with a human rights vision, is there a potential there for this person to be responsive enough to have the guts to stand up to what's happening at the federal level and move in a certain direction? And, you know, to Maria's point, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I don't think there's ever a perfect candidate, and we shouldn't look to our elected officials as avatars of our saviors, right? You know, to Maria's point, I do think that's the nature of democracy, right? That it's the people who are going to do the work. And yes, we want to elect responsive elected officials, and we want to keep putting the pressure on them. But we do want the elected officials who are actually going to listen to us. And, you know, there are certainly those who are beholden to moneyed interests, unfortunately, given the structure of the system. And I do think also having a first past the post system and not a multi-party parliamentary style system, even if it has limitations, is part of the crisis that we're in. But no, thank you for that question. It's an important question. It's a provocative one. I do, as a segue, I don't know if Chief Mann, if you want to follow up, but I do want to open it up to the audience. And one of the things I want to ask the audience is, you know, as part of thinking about the Q&A is, what now? How do we approach research, learning, and doing during climate catastrophe and hyper-racial capitalism, which is the theme of this particular day? So as you think about your questions, and then after, you know, we have like a half an hour of Q&A, we want to ask the audience to sort of shift to some ideas from your particular location, your particular work that you can share with us, and what you could do moving forward in terms of action items, what you've taken away, and what you could actually do in your own work. So I want to give people an opportunity for Q&A if you want to follow up with Chief Mann on his very provocative and interesting question or any other things.
I'll just say that, I think that Ras Baraka has an opportunity to really help the state of New Jersey. That is one of my true thoughts, right? But if it wasn't to be provocative, right, then we wouldn't be able to, that is the elephant that's in the room, right? So, yeah.
And I just want to say real quick, I think there's a lane for a person with a particular kind of character flaw of extroversion and the hero sentiment, right? Like, we're not going to have more money to offer politicians than these rich corporations. So it might help if some of these politicians have a hero complex, right? I would love for them to compete over who can be the best friend to Lenape, like who can get to El Salvador first and shame the administration for its abduction of so many people, including Kilmar Abrego Garcia, right? And if, I know a lot of the people doing that, I'm sure Van Hollen and Frost and all those people genuinely believe in what they're doing, but I also think, they're ambitious, intelligent people who realize there's a lane there. There's a career to be made, putting the cape on. And, that's exploitable by us. So, is that as good as someone with a genuine heart and humility? Maybe not, but I'll settle for it.
Thank you for the great discussion today. My question is, I'm trying to elaborate it. We talked today about how to connect back to our humanity, each one of us, and also to each other. And I see that connection comes a lot from connecting with the land. And I think that's what we discussed today. But when I think about solutions that people are thinking today, I see more disconnection with the land. And I'm coming from a place in Brazil that suffers a lot with flooding. And the solutions that we get is build more. So let's build more places to redirect the water to other places. And in that way, we are harming more and more and more the ecosystem. But at the same time, at this point in history, it's hard for all of us suddenly to stop living our modern lives and go back to a full mode of ecosystemic synergy. So how do you see the present and the future in relation to technology? Because I think this is a big question that I hear what you're all saying about politics, but once we get the political power to do something, what are we going to do? I don't know. So, yeah. Thank you.
I'll take a shot at that part. So what I would say about Brazil, right, would be to prevent and stop that which is occurring right now, would be to put the trees back, right, to put the forest back, to put the, to put those things back to the way that they were. And then that's also, and I don't just say that, right, I'm not making a joke, I'm being completely serious, right? And that goes back to what you were saying earlier about Katrina and about all the trees being lost and that it being 18 degrees hotter and whatnot. And the fact is that we're sitting here talking about quote unquote climate change, and it really is human change. And if we are to, go back, I mean, Mikey and I watched something on TV last night which just made me think about my thoughts about, over the years. And we need to put the trees back, right? We need to cover up those places with the things that have been removed, which is creating something that does not sequester the carbon, right? And that's what we have to literally do, is just to flip that, right? We have to make those fields that are just dirt, you know, or dust, and bring them back to luscious green things that will sequester that, put it into the ground. It helps with the climate change. It helps with humanity. It makes it so that people who don't have can have food. The animals can have shade and a place to live, because we're all interconnected. We are not separate from that. I've sat in this room many times when I said people think that nature is separate, but all you got to do is have a hurricane come through here and a tornado rip this roof off, and next thing you know, we're in the middle of nature, right? You know, and that's that reality, you know. So one of the things that needs to be done over in Pennsylvania, right, Philadelphia, they have gone through those streets and planted trees and brought, you know, just like you were saying earlier. That is what needs to happen, right? That needs to continue. It just needs to be on a more exponential level, especially given the climate in DC.
Yeah, and along with that, I think we need to challenge and get rid of the perspective that we have on technology, right? Like, we talk about technology as if it's literally, it's funny because the people doing it say that they're defending science, but we talk about it like it's magic, right? We're gonna create the super hydraulic pump that's gonna stop all the floods, rather than realizing that, you know, like with climate change itself, technology is equally a problem as it is a solution, right? The internal combustion engine is a solution to the problem of how do you get from over here to over there, but it's a problem with respect to carbon emissions, right? And that's the same thing that's true about all this paved everything that we have. Displacing trees, displacing places that water would sink into the earth. And so we have this perspective building that the answer to human change, climate change, ecological disaster is just more technology, more solar panels, more everything else. But we're just refusing to learn the lesson that we should have of climate change, which is all this stuff that's causing emissions is us using technology inappropriately, and just more technology isn't a solution to that. So we have to find ways of using technology that actually harmonizes rather than replaces with our environment, because we are part of our environment, right?
Yeah, the part of your question that I really resonates is that, like, well, we'll just build more, you know? Because, like, more is what got us here. This, like, obsession with consumption, that I need more. I need more. Like, in a lot of ways, when I hear folks talk about climate, dealing with climate change, it's about, like, how do we build, you know, your point of, like, the solar panel, wind, whatever. They just want to be able to maintain the lifestyle that they have and more of it. Like, I want to still be able, if only Amazon would, like, make me feel better about ordering so many damn packages full of plastic crap you don't need. You know, like, you don't need that. And you don't need, for the students that just walked in, don't have any idea what we're talking about, you don't need to use AI. Like, it's irresponsible for you to use AI, not because you're making yourself dumber, right, by not, like, intellectually engaging, but because when you use AI, it's burning emissions. Like, someone has to pay for your silly AI use or wanting to put your face. I have strong opinions about the data center, but, like, wanting to put your face in a video and not do, like, learn a code. If your passion is to make videos, go learn a code and animate or whatever. But, like, I do feel like where is, and, you know, obviously you've gathered, I'm a strong proponent of, like, I believe completely in systematic change and our personal responsibility, right? Because the system is always exploiting our, like, personal weakness, if you, like, you know, just doom scroll, whatever, give up because it's convenient. Like, we give up a lot of ourselves for convenience, and I would venture to say it doesn't feel good, right? When you're done, it doesn't feel good, because what feels good is connection to other people and connection to the land. And so if we're gonna be connected to, you know, our mother, then we need to kind of have a different expectation, because, you know, I actually got corrected. I was giving an EJ tour that's like a toxic tour. You can come learn about our pollution, right? It's like an amusement park, but in Newark. So I was giving a tour to these folks who were fighting incinerators in South Africa. And, I kept saying, like, when natural disasters happen, because, like, Sandy, all the flooding that happened. But he did correct me. He was like, that wasn't a natural disaster. That was a human disaster. Like, it's the humans shouldn't have built here. Because, like, Ironbound, it should all be wetlands that naturally protect us from, sea level rise. But instead, we decided someone has to live there, and we have to, we didn't just make that decision, then we went and abused it, but in a lot of ways, our humanity, I think, has been a lot of humans thinking that they'll control nature. And obviously, it's an existential crisis, because we can't control things. We can accept them as they currently are, because I think, of course, let's try to put the trees back, but we've also made fundamental, irreversible change that we're going to have to figure out how to adapt to. And the responsibility of us in the room is figuring out how that adaptation, that new life, does not replicate the old one. We better start visioning what a good, relationship in right balance with each other and the earth looks like in the times of climate. Because those times ain't coming. They're here. They're only the beginning of it. So we need to figure out, not build more, but, build deeper. And that's probably more human capital and relationships than thinking about, technology as the thing that's going to save us. Because I don't know, that's like the people that think they can control nuclear, right? If they just put the right safety system on those things and they wouldn't explode and wipe us all out, we'd be okay.
Yeah, so I'm Frank, I'm faculty here, but I was curious maybe to borrow I love everything that's happening today. Thank y'all so much, and thanks to the organizers. We have about 9,000 unionized faculty members and graduate students and researchers on our campus, and curious, we're fighting for our survival right now in a lot of ways, right? But I want to ask if you had any thoughts about tactics and strategy that organized labor should be taking in this moment, and how those both kind of keep everyone as well as we can. A lot of you have been making that point, right? Like, what we have right now is not perfect in so many ways, but we also have to be building something new, and we have to defend where we are, right? So I'm curious, if you have ideas about short-term strategy that also move us toward these long-term goals of repair and transformation.
And I'll just mention a security thing. We're being recorded. So what should your strategy be? I mean, you need to build. I don't, when you have 9,000 members, do people know each other? Are people really going to show up for each other to do the things that might be necessary? And, just care what happens to the other. I do think, in general, the problem with a lot of the government, I think it's gotten so big that it becomes disconnected from the individuals. And with a lot of the systems, right, they become so big that everybody becomes a number. And that's, if I had 9,000 friends, I can barely, I don't get to all my friends now. So I think just in terms of a strategy to strengthen that bond, it is important. And I don't think that you should minimize that. Sometimes that becomes after the fact for us, and we try to build those relationships in the times of crisis. And that's not when you build relationships. You need to always be building relationships, no matter what.
I am mindful of where we're at. I guess one thing I would say though is I would take a good look at the bargaining for the common good models, and I know there's people in this room who are very familiar with that. So the idea that unions can make common cause around their contract with other community groups, other activist groups, and form essentially a block with them, both for getting the contract, for winning the contract that they want, and for using that contract to advance broader community goals. And I think if that were to be more widespread, I think that the relationship between, especially for higher ed unions. I think that would do a lot of political work around the relationship between those and the broader communities that they're in. So there's SEIU locals who have used this model. I would look very squarely at the last 10, 20 years of Chicago Teachers Union organizing. And I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned from that.
Yeah, I would just add, one of the recommendations that will be coming out of the report is this a call for sectional bargaining. So I think, the more you can get folks empower workers, we've seen a decline in the past 50, 60 years, right, in unionization in the private sector. And that's not coincidental, obviously. And so any way we can increase worker power, and there is a kind of reparative element, right? Du Bois in Black Reconstruction talks about the black worker, right, as enslaved. So I think, so we are certainly thinking about ways to empower labor as a kind of process of repair.
Hey y'all, so I have to do this, but one of the things that everyone can take a picture of, there's a flyer at the entrance at the sign-in table. This is a petition to try to stop a fourth fossil fuel power plant from coming into Newark. So that's one way of getting involved, I have to. But my question was how do you all explain your core perspectives to a 5-year-old? I'm thinking about this in terms of rematriation, but also how do you communicate this in a core, simple way to a very young person?
Are y'all looking at me because I'm a woman? Or sorry, I had to. I can't leave it hanging in the air. But I have been thinking about this. Obviously, I'm a new mom, so I get to say that. I have an 8-month-old at home with my wife. But let's see, 5-year-old. I don't know actually at all the answer to this question, which I think is parenting, right? I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. I don't even know what a 5-year-old understands right now because I haven't hung out with a lot of 5-year-olds. I do know that when I do hang out with my nephews and nieces, I do try to get them to go outside. That seems pretty basic. And with my kid, I'm gonna try to never give him a screen right now, right? I don't want to give him the crack, as long as I can help it. But having that relationship with the earth, I think, is really important. But for me, I've really been having a conversation with the young, and I'm talking about little, and I think this should apply with any age, but the people around me, of not just, people encourage you to have a gratitude journal, but also, what's your contribution? And I'm always saying that to my older kids. They're 12 and 13. What did you contribute? Because do you contribute something to your family first, then your community, then the global world? We have to have that inherent sense of responsibility. You don't just exist in the world, live your best life, be happy. It's also contributing to others and doing service for others will make you happy. I think that's a fundamental human thing that gets a little underplayed in our society, that showing up for you, and if you're sick and I bring you food, that makes me feel better. It makes me feel like a better person and warm inside. That, as much as I was railing on technology, being able to actually contribute. And I think contribution is the beginning of democracy, and when we don't do that kind of, I don't want to call it civic responsibility. It's our inherent responsibility as people to contribute to all our relations around us, whether that be the trees or the humans, and have them, for me, they're on equal level, right? But I have to contribute and do my part. So I feel like that's pretty universal, but like I said, I don't know what a 5-year-old, what the vocabulary is. So I'll figure that out and get back to you.
I'll throw my 25 cents in there. I think that what you do is that you take that 5-year-old, bring that 5-year-old to the woods, to the mountains, to the rivers, go up and climb up to one of the ridges and look out, at the land that's down below. They will inherently begin to ask you questions, what is that thing that just hopped? you know, taking that knowledge and instilling it into our children before academic, right? Before, you know, world news, current events, right? That's the part that's missing in humanity. That's been taken away from our children, right? One of my good friends that's also in this room, right? So the country that we live in doesn't provide the opportunity for our children to be educated in the way that best suits them. It is done to what best suits, you know, the people up here. And in reality, you know, recognizing that and understanding that for our children, you know, will go a long way. I mean, I am an advocate for that, right? So for not just your child, but all the students who are in here, they need to do the same thing. Because, I said it earlier, right? So when Jack's class, when his kids come out, you know, to the farm or to the mountains with Mikey, or the students from NYU, or the students from Columbia that we met out in Pennsylvania, to the very active students from Montclair State University, the change even in those young adults, right, is so profound. I mean, it's measurable beyond anything, you know? Like, it's what we're supposed to as human beings. We're supposed to be a part of that, right? And that's what's missing from us. You know, it's like you're talking about AI and technology. Well, those things are comparative to a pharmaceutical drug, right? That just kind of keeps that stuff at bay, versus a Native American or an indigenous or a natural medicine to cure you of cancer, or to cure you of, you know, mental health issues and all those other things, right? They don't want us human beings to be able to do that. And it all comes down to capitalism and colonialism, and both of them are projects. And sooner or later, you're going to see it fail, and that is very representative of what we see now, right? While we have to pay attention to that, there are very smart people who will keep a handle on that part, and then there's the other half of the smart people who will be doing the other part, making sure that we all stay grounded, right, while they're navigating the way for us to go through that.
I wanted to chip in a response as another mom in the room, that I think a challenge with children is that the adults around the kids, not you, but just, you know, all of us, practice on a regular basis these sort of micro-fascisms where we practice different modes of domination, all kinds, you know, coming from grandma, grandpa, church, synagogue, temple, whatever it is, school, sit down, be quiet, the shaming, the domination, the micro-fascism. It is so powerful. I see it in my kids, my undergraduates. I see it in my actual children that I mother. I see it in the schools that I volunteer in. It's the bullying. It's there's a thirst almost to dominate, and it's related to eugenics, because we talked about eugenics in the previous panel. I'm this, I'm that. It's a thirst for hierarchy. I'm over you in this way. I look like this. My hair looks like this. You're this. I mean, all of these microfascisms. And I just, and I know it's because I'm literally reading this book called Microfascism, which is why my brain is, it's called On Microfascism, Gender, War, and Death. I know, very lighthearted. But it's really on my brain, the way in which we practice. And the argument of the book is that these microfascisms have literally ushered in the moment we're in, because we, to some extent, the bigger tyrannies that we see on the larger stage, we kind of click in with them in some ways, because we're dealing with we're dealing out microfascism like a lot, all day, don't even realize it. You know what I mean? Like I think I told some of you I'm Black and Korean. I'll be on a thing. Somebody will come talk to me afterward, and they'll be like, "Oh, I really loved what you said." You know, like I'm full Korean though. I'm pure Korean. Somebody will say that to me, and I'll be like, "Oh wow, cool, yeah." And they'll be like, "But I really liked what you said." And in that moment, I'm thinking, I really feel like you wanted to connect with me, and I wanted to connect with you. I feel like that, except we are performing these microfascias. That person needed to tell me something. I feel like they wanted to say, "I love you, but I'm better than you." And so these microfascias, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. That's what I wanted to add.
Maybe I'll just say two things. One, I hope to live in a world where 5-year-olds have less microfascism around, and so they just understand. They just understand less the kind of heavy stuff we're talking about. I would love to live in a world where you try to explain to slavery to a 5-year-old, and they're like, "That doesn't compute. How could humans relate to each other like that?" Instead of a world where that is the logical extension of actual relationships that they see. So I just feel like that's worth saying. The other thing I wanted to say is I have a 5-year-old neighbor, and he has a cherry tree he loves very much. And a thing he's started to understand in the last year or two is time scale, because that tree is like practically as old as he is. And he knows that it's not cherry season yet, right? The things haven't moved in a way that will put cherries on the tree. And he knows that there isn't a thing he can do today to make the cherries happen today. But he knows that there's a thing he has to do every day to make that possibility stay there, right? The tree's got to get a certain amount of water. You got to take care of the soil. And the other thing that's true about him is that he has a baby sister, and every few months she gets, new baby abilities, right? She can smile more, she can engage more. And so I think he's starting to understand what I would see as the basic ideas, right? We have to look forward in the future. We have to be responsible. We can't technologically, there's not a super fertilizer that's going to make the cherry tree do the cherry thing immediately. And so if I had to explain it to a 5-year-old, that's the kind of thing I would imagine saying.
So just briefly, and thank you, Olúfẹ, for that, and thank you everyone on the panel for that. Your question reminds me of that, Reddit, the subreddit, explain to me like I'm 5, but just like a meta response to Olúfẹ, just the way I would explain it is to tell a story, right? In the Chief Man, the building on Chief Man, the oldest sort of way of disseminating information is to tell someone a story, and to tell a child a story just in the way in that Olúfẹ, provided you with the story, right? That's the most powerful way to like resonate with someone on an intellectual and emotional way. And I think a child would learn best. A nighttime story is how children want to learn, right? In many ways, and I think telling them a story with the characters and jokes and humor is a way to do that.
And so that what you're saying, like those are all learned things, right? When I was 5 years old, if I can remember, back then, but like you made the comment, be quiet, don't speak, right? But when I was a child, that be quiet, don't speak, right, is cultural, right? Because in indigenous people around the world, right, our culture, how we learned, right, was by observation. It was by repetition, right? It wasn't necessarily, right, by opening a book, right? It was by trial and error. I mean, think about all the medicines that our peoples around the world have, right? So just to say that in the movement of colonization, a lot of our cultural ways from, around the globe, right, were kind of sucked into that. And then when the newspapers was something, and then the radio was something, and now it's the TV, now it's your watch, now it's your cell phone, right? And you're bombarded by gazillion bits of information every day with an underlying thing. You're going to be a robot, you're going to work, you're going to pay your taxes, right? You're going to be at school at 7, have lunch at 12, eat dinner by 5, go to bed by 8. Wake up in the morning and do that same exact thing over and over and over. And that is what has to be changed. We have to get back to being humans and not computers.
Do we have any more questions?
I think I have
lady.
the microphone.
Yeah.
Thank you all for having this discussion with us today. I wanted to call back to an earlier audience question about these solutions of building and overinvestment in technology to solve some of these issues in the climate crisis. And my question is, climate science and the effects of environmental racism are things we see all around us, but they're very complicated things, and the science behind them is very complicated. So sometimes the proposed solutions are very complicated, and we see, even maybe sometimes with good intent, people who work in similar field to us or adjacent to environmental justice, whether that's state institutions, the government, local government, or even corporations, try to propose solutions that are maybe seem like they are well-intentioned, but they are really extractive or exploitative to the communities that we are trying to serve and protect. So how can we, and obviously with community input, we want to make sure that we are best serving the people as justly as possible. How can we further protect these communities from these exploitative greenwash solutions to whether it's climate change or man-made environmental racism?
So this is a soapbox I've been trying to get on more recently. I just think we've made a lot of unforced errors about science, and it's in part because of how science was institutionalized. It was the factory guys selling dynamite that ended up getting to shape how science got built into universities, how it got built into society. And so we have a very top-down kind of model of science where big corporations, the Eli Lillys and the big pharma, and not to mention the big missiles, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin. These are the people getting to set the direction of science. The version of thinking through social issues that goes with that politics around science is very top-down. People in a think tank somewhere go and calculate what they think the solution is. Maybe if they're very progressive, they might, 10 months into that process, have a community meeting or something. But in general, it's responding to what researchers and the people who pay them think the agenda is. And, we could keep a lot of the stuff that's good about science while getting rid of that political dynamic. If you had a direct democratic model of decision-making where a lot of these local decisions aren't being made by elected officials, but they're just being made by regular folks in a town hall format, for instance, scientists could be brought in as advisors, as serving that community program, as opposed to the model we have now, which is a bunch of scientists put out scientific journals, and then the rest of us debate which of these weird models that just came out of these think tanks or whatever fits the worldview that we developed independently. Like, we could have a very different role for science in society, and there's a lot of different models of doing this. The Nunavik Research Center, for instance, is one where there's community control over science production. You could bring scientists into direct democratic decision-making procedures, but there's a lot of stuff there's a lot of different ideas we could have about how to fit scientists in, but all of these are just ways of making science a part of community life, right? And a part of the public and not cleaved off from the public. I think there are a lot of good ways of doing that, but that's the thing we should do.
How do you take a scientific mind and bring the things that they can't see to their reality? That right, is one of the issues that we have when in regards to science, right? And we have a few friends of ours who, one was a student at Ramapo College, who didn't believe in anything unless he could physically find it, see it, have a reaction, until the raccoon showed up. After some words were shared, and then when I turned around and I said to the little raccoon, that's not for you. You need to go on your way. And the student was sitting on the other side, and he watched the raccoon get down and walk away. Right. We have another friend of ours who is a archaeologist, right? So he's a scientist, right? And he was an atheist, and he didn't believe in anything spiritual, the things that he couldn't physically touch or see. He changed because we, and specifically my wife, taking him to the ceremonial stone landscapes, the things that our ancestors created in a very spiritual way, right, and connecting to the things that we can't see. And so he began to cry, and he became one of the fiercest fighters of that environmental injustice for us, right? So when you're thinking about science is amazing, in the wrong hands, we get, Hiroshima, right? In the right hands, when everything is kept in a balance, right? When everything can be put into that ball, like Mother Earth, and keep it in a balance in everybody's understanding of their own thoughts and the reality in which they are in, right? And when we believe that putting our humility first, right, that's what keeps, we don't have to always agree, right? And one day you'll be like, Maria, I told you, see, you were right. You did it again, right? Or vice versa. So just that part about science and technology, those are things that, and universities, right? They're all funded by all of those corporations who then make it so that those universities are teaching those students their way, right? Instead of the way that you should be learning.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about your question, right? Like, if I get it right, because I'm like, I love the deliberation on science. So definitely, I feel compelled to riff with them. But I'm also trying to get your question, right? You're saying, the climate change is like a complex problem, and it seems like these complex, right, solutions, technological solutions, are always being proposed and kind of uplifted. And when we're talking complex, we're talking probably like geoengineering, which I hear the term all the time, right? Geoengineering. But I'm like, is that the best way we could describe that? So I go to people, these wild people. I use other language, right? Obviously, you could tell that. But I'm like, these folks, they want to shoot stuff into the sky and just block it out. And then, that way everything will get less warm. And then people react to that like, that's horrible. That's the beginning of every horror movie. I'm like, yes, that's geoengineering, right? I think we sometimes in our colonized minds want to explain these complex, they're not that complex. They're actually just horrendous, you know, and we need to find the best way to explain them that to me, it gets to the point or illustrates it for your audience, right? If we're talking about geoengineering, or my favorite is the carbon capture and sequestration. Oh, instead of, because my solution is always just stop the problem, just stop digging. Like that should be the simplest, but it's not, right? Because I mean, I like to drive. I drive a Ford Bronco, okay? I'm not doing my part, if you will. But you know, if we want to live how we live, it gets a little more complicated. But if you think about all the emissions, these folks just want to suck it up and put it underground because that's not going to cause earthquakes or poison the water. It's not going to be a problem, right? And so we need to get better in our own communities at simplifying what's before us so that people can, you know, and it goes back, I guess, to the original point on organizing. And I didn't mean to say, by the way, don't consider child care. I'm just like, that's the bare minimum, okay? Like, those are things that should be on a checkoff list, and then we should get beyond that and make it attractive that people hang out with us to scheme for the better future. But I think it is our job, too. Like, I think about free, prior, and informed consent that you absolutely need, right? You need to actually understand what it is you're making a decision of. Otherwise, you are prone to greenwashing. But that understanding what you're making a decision of, I've been in too many chairs with, you know, I've sat in too many chairs of community meetings where people bring in a scientist to explain it to the community because the scientist knows better. But they don't know how to speak to regular people, you know, like they know how to speak to their peers. And so we need to have those of us that are translators and that do the job of simplifying the stuff. So, and not in a condescending way, but we need to get, I always think this about every profession, right? In order to exist and feel special about yourself, you need to create the jargon so that, you know, you create that exclusive club that you have to go to school and pay mad money for, and then you get let in. But for us out here, we have the way we speak that's more, sometimes I think of it as more commonsensical, right? Like we haven't created specific exclusionary vocabulary, or we have, but it's in a social way. You know, so we need to be better translators, and if that's not you, self-reflect. Like you might not need to be the person who's explaining, and get yourself a translator friend who can help communities understand what are the choices before us. Because we even saw that with the electric cars, right? Like, how is electric cars a solution to the emissions issue? Like, I was like, what? We shouldn't be driving, right? Like, why aren't we even talking about transportation? But it became, you know, electric cars versus gas cars, when it should have just been like, or, you know, transportation is free, like simple answers. And I always think that the simplest answer is probably the best answer, you know, that's gonna get people engaged, and that we need, as organizers, again, our responsibility to do that job so that things don't get greenwashed. And you gotta be able to make fun of things. Because if you can't make people laugh and you're just all doomsday, you know, like, then no one wants to hang out with you, okay? You're gonna be depressed if you're that person. So this work is hard, and we better find the lightheartedness in it and like make each other laugh a little bit.
And just one more point on the complexity. Doctors, right? Doctors don't say you have a grade 3 subdural, blah, 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 right? They say your skin's fucked up. You need lotion, whatever, right? They have a way that they talk with their peers, you know, with the surgeon who has to actually do the cuts and needs the really specific information about where to do the thing, and, you know, and they have the specific conversations about exactly how the medicine's gonna work. But the thing that they can tell you is you need to take 2 of these pills a day, right? So a lot of the complexity point is we just need to be better about figuring out what complexities people actually need to make a decision and what complexity is just for specialists.
I'm going to say something very simple, which is that we have to end. But I'm going to first please give a round of applause to our panelists and to our moderator. I'm going to let you have one last word in a minute, but I wanted to make sure that my colleague Mayte gets to, on behalf of all of us, thank all of the people who made this happen.
Thank you, Liz. I need my glasses on. Thank you. So, first, thanks to all of you and Mia for being here with us today and for accepting this invitation. It has been a really important conversation at this time, so we really are grateful for your presence. I have to extend deepest gratitude to people who are here in this room with us, without whose dedication and help this would not have been possible. And I want to thank Ashley Guathny, who has been the best postdoctoral fellow that the Sawyer Seminar could have ever had. Yes. And also, as always, the History and Africana Studies administrators, Christina Strasburger and Mi Hyun Young, our incredible graduate student fellows, Sydney Johnson, Christelle Jasmine, Moira Armstrong, Rula Segayer, Esperanza Santos, Mustafa Hoshmand, and Cynthia Martins Freitas. Thank you. We would like to acknowledge that this event has been funded with a generous Audible grant. And we would like to thank the Institute for the Study of Global Racial Justice, the Price Institute, the Humanities Action Lab, the Federated History Department and Africana Studies Department for their generous support. And thank you all for being here and for engaging with us in these conversations.
And thanks, Mayte. This may be my last event of the year that I get to do with Mayte, so I want to share a special hug. And all of you clap. She is really, of the three of us, let's be real, the one who put this all together. So really appreciate it. Amazing colleague. Okay, so now thank you to all of our panelists. If you have one last word of inspiration, and I mean like a word, because look at these people, they're like, they're full. I'll invite you to give it. And if you have a announcement, for instance, that a huge event is happening on June 19th at NJPAC to unveil, then please say that again.
I just want to say, you know, my wife and I and the Rampo Lenape Nation continue to be filled with gratitude, you know, for all of you here. For helping us to help find our own voice, to give us the strength, and sometimes to fill in for us when we can't be. I think that it's recognizable, and I really do appreciate that. And then lastly, I like being a full human. I don't want to one day just be a head in a jar connected with a bunch of wires and, you know, just being something of a thought. Something to be most humans don't realize how special that it really is to be a human being, right? Oftentimes we utilize our free will that the Creator has given us in such a negative way, when it is easy enough, very simple, doesn't have to be so hard, right, to remember to be a human being, right, to treat each other with the utmost respect. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think even in the darkest of times, we have a responsibility to each other and to ourselves to still be, you know, to strive for the best we can be, whatever that looks like on any given day. But you have to keep striving to be the best version of yourself. And I hope that that best version of yourself is brave and it's compassionate and can think of others.
Keep scheming. You know, the time scale nature moves on is slow, but it's dependable. Soil builds up over decades. Mountains build up and crumble over centuries, you know, like this stuff, we're still here. And it wasn't clear 400 years ago, 300 years ago, that we would still be here. So I think we can take our cues from that and leave something for our kids and their kids.
I just want to say thank you so much to the panelists. It's really been an honor and a pleasure to be on this panel with you all. And thank you again to the organizers. And thank you all to the audience for being here today. Hopefully many of you or some of you can make it to our Juneteenth event on June 19th in Newark at the New Jersey Performing Arts Center, where we will release the final report from the New Jersey Reparations Council. The title of the report and the substance report is very self-aware about the moment that we're in currently, and takes into that account, and it does have a future-oriented vision for Black people in New Jersey, but for New Jersey as a whole. And then I will just leave you quickly with this story. It's very brief. And this comes from the anthropologist Michel Ruf-Touillot in this book called Silencing the Past, which is about the Haitian Revolution. And the reason why I bring that up is because in the moment of the Haitian Revolution, the colonizers, the colonial powers could not imagine the possibility of there being a Black republic or that enslaved people would revolt, right? But it was the people who were enslaved always had their own version of freedom, as C.L.R. James points out. And they were able to envision living without slavery, even in the moment in which they were being crushed by it, right? And so when it did happen, it seemed quote unquote impossible, but they made it happen, right? And so I just think about that all the times we were facing, this incredible moment that we're facing in, that enslaved people could have that vision, and colonized people globally could still have a radical imagination to think about alternatives. And the name Haiti, is the name that the indigenous people of the island gave it before it was colonized. Right? That was the colonial name to give credit to the folks when they would flee the plantation to go into the mountains and live with the Taíno. That was the name that they gave it. So I just want to invoke that as we close out.
Say one more thing.